Mabuhay! Welcome to GatherVerse. Thank you for joining our Asia 2022 Summit. We are more than happy to have you. Let's prepare to explore, and may our gather be well.
Hi, everyone. This is Alvin Graylin. I am the China president for HTC. Thanks, Chris, for inviting me to kick off GatherVerse Asia. It's a real honor to be helping spread the message here for the metaverse. And hopefully the next 15 minutes will be valuable to you in some way. So today we're going to talk about the open metaverse, because I think it's very important that if we're going to do the metaverse, we have to do it right, and then having an open, interoperable metaverse is really key to bring value to our planet. And one thing I do want to remind everybody is that the metaverse is not here yet. It's going to be some time before it gets here, but we do, it's very important what we do in the very near future, so that it actually turns out well. We're a very, very fortunate generation right now that, pretty much all of the technology that we've been hearing about and reading about in sci-fi books and movies are all coming true at the exact same time. And the combination of all these technologies is really going to transform our lives. But today, I'm going to focus more on the middle one, which is the metaverse. Now, I think a lot of people have a little bit of a negative connotation for the metaverse because, it's just really associated with sci-fi, and pretty much all sci-fi books and movies are dystopian novels. And there's a good reason for that, is because if there's too utopian, there's just nothing exciting. There's no challenge. There's no villains. There's no bad guys, right? So the metaverse came from Neil Stephenson's book Snow Crash. I was able to sit down with him for lunch a couple months ago, and we chatted about this. And he said the only book he knows, or the only story he knows, that is a utopian story, is probably Star Trek. And even then they had some bad guys that were out of their normal planetary systems. So it's important that we do have stories that are filled with type of challenges and negativity. But it's important that we, when we actually try to create the metaverse in the real world, that we do it so that it creates a utopian physical world, not a shitty physical world that we want to escape from. So, because this has been such a popular term the last, year and a half, there's been a lot of different definitions, a lot of people talking about it. So there's also a lot of misunderstanding. So I wanted to go through a few things that helps to create at least a common understanding of what is the metaverse first, before we get started. So a lot of people will say, hey, the metaverse is just, another name for VR, AR, XR. VR AR is actually going to be one of the key interfaces for the metaverse, but it is definitely not the entire metaverse. A lot of people will say, hey, the metaverse is just gaming and social. It's all about gaming. No, actually, gaming and social is just a couple of different use cases, but it could be used for anything from medical to education to collaboration, etc. Right? Some people will say, oh, it has to be about digital twin. It's just a virtual version of the physical world we're in. Why would we want to limit ourselves to the physical world when we can be and go to any world we want to, right? Some people will say, oh, we're really worried about there's going to be escapism. Everybody's going to go into these worlds and never come out. Being someone who spends a lot of time in VR and XR, I can tell you we're far away from having technology that will make you wanting to escape to it for a very, very long time. Some people say, the metaverse is dystopian, it's going to make the world worse. Some people say it's totally utopian and, it's going to solve our problems. The reality is that it's somewhere in between. There's no extremes, and it's up to us kind of what we do in the next few years, which part of that spectrum we land at. Some will say the metaverse is just a fad. It's just a niche. It's going to go away, just like 3D TV did. Actually, no, because it's something that is part of a long-term trend that's been with us for decades, called the internet. So it is really just the next generation of the internet, and the internet is not going to go away. Some people will say it's already here. Some people will say it will never be here. Neither of those are true. It's going to be a few years, probably somewhere in the 5 to 10 year range. But when it gets here, it will be as important to us as the web and internet is today. And some people say, I'm so and so company, I'm making the metaverse or a metaverse. That actually is a misuse of the term. The metaverse is not owned by anybody, not should not be controlled and owned by anybody, and it cannot be. Just like the internet today is not owned by any single company or person. Some people will say it has to have, virtual land and NFT. It's all part of the metaverse. Those are some use cases for Web3, but it's definitely not the metaverse. And Web3 itself, people say Web3 equals the metaverse, and the metaverse has to be decentralized. Actually, that's probably not true either. There will be parts of it that's decentralized, but it is not the entire thing. Um, So I've told you what it's not. So what is it? What I found in my I guess experience is that if you want to define something, it has to be simple. It has to be something that people can remember. So this is my simple definition of what the metaverse is, and it is the 3D version of the internet that we've been building for the last several decades, powered by AI and interface through XR. Now, I realize in the next few years there will be a lot of time when people actually are going to use 2D devices to interface with the metaverse, worlds and technologies. But longer term, we're going to get to a point where um, AR and VR and MR are going to be the main interfaces. And why do I say 3D is the key? Because if you look at how technology has evolved over the last 100 years or so, at every technology transition, we're adding more dimensions, we're adding more interactions, and we're adding more immersion. And XR is really the kind of the destination of all this, where essentially we have full 3D worlds that are using full natural interfaces with full immersion. It really doesn't get much better than that, and essentially takes us to where we won't be able to distinguish a dream from the real world, or a dream from the metaverse worlds. And why do I say it's powered by AI? Because if you look at all the components that enable the metaverse or will enable the metaverse, it all requires AI in the back. Everything from the interface to the content creation, to the language translation, to the positioning and SLAM, and even some of the search and discovery and monitoring in the background. All of that is going to be powered by AI. Without AI, none of that is actually going to be possible. And this is going to be a new way for us to interface with technology. If you look at the last few decades, we've been trained on the mouse, the keyboard, the touchpad as our key interface to digital technology. What we're going is to use natural interfaces: our hands, our eyes, our voice, our full body. And the more we do that, the more it enables accessibility for all generations, for anybody, whether they're tech savvy or not. They know how to use their hands, they know how to walk around, they know how to talk, and that's how you're going to interface with the future devices that will be part of the metaverse. And HTC has been playing a real important role in this space. In fact, since the beginning of this new wave of XR and AR, VR, in 2015 or so, HTC has been leading the way in terms of taking to market the first, 6DoF devices, the first standalone devices, the first thin and light devices, the first wireless PCVR. All of that was actually brought to market first by HTC, and we continue to do so with our Vive Pro to businesses, our Vive Focus to the business business mobile community, and then the Vive Flow to the more casual users, right? In fact, we with these thin and light devices, we're essentially making things that are so much more accessible. You're not having a box on your head anymore, and it makes people willing to wear this for much, much longer. Now, even at that, kind of 180 gram, is still not enough. We actually just came out recently with a survey where about 7,000 people replied in China, and for VR users, they seem to be okay with that kind of 100 to 200 gram type of weight as an all-day device or everyday device. But for the non-VR users, the people who have been hesitating to get onto VR or AR, they're really tending to kind of 100 grams and below, right? So we really still have a lot of work to do to get to satisfied that class of customers, and that's where the real volume is. At some point in the next few years, we're going to get to glasses that devices that look more like this, where you have a single device that can do AR, can do VR, it's switchable, and it's fully natural. Now, when we have devices like this, we're going to have people who wear it all day and every day. We're going to, I want to make sure it's safe for everybody. So we actually did a study with the Communications University of China, and after 60 days, using it 4 to 5 hours a day, what we found was that users pretty much, didn't really have a negative impact on them. From their sleep patterns, and they pretty much were within 0.2% of the standard deviation or the average sleep patterns, no matter throughout that entire period. We also found that their visual acuity didn't really change throughout the entire period. And in fact, it might even have some positive impact in terms of health for bringing a light amount of exercise. Essentially, using VR, because it's something where you're standing and using your whole body and walking around, it raises your heart rate to a light walking type of heart rate. So it's kind of like walking for 4 or 5 hours a day, which I think could do a lot of people a lot of good. Um, So, you hear bantered around a lot of these trillion-dollar values for, what is the future value of the metaverse. Now, there's, Bob Metcalfe, he came up with Metcalfe's Law, one of my professors at MIT. He came up with the idea that the value of a network is proportional to the square of the nodes or square of the users or square of the devices. Right? Now, the metaverse is actually a little bit more complicated than the average network. So what is the value of the metaverse? So I came up with a little formula that I think might be helpful for us to guide us in terms of what we should be focusing on in the next few years to really maximize that value. So it's really about having it's proportional to the number of open worlds that you have, because more open worlds, the more reasons people have to come, the more time they're going to spend in it. Multiply times the sum of the number of people using it on 2D devices plus the square of number of people using it on XR devices, because the XR devices are going to give you more value, and you're going to make you stay longer, you're going to enjoy it more, and you're going to create more relationships in there because you're actually interacting like you are in the physical world. And then all of that multiplied times the amount of time you actually spend in world. Right. So if we can, if we want to maximize this value, we have to get lots of worlds created, millions and millions or hundreds of millions of worlds created, and move people from 2D devices to XR devices to maximize that value, and then getting them to spend more time in it. So if you listen to all the investment banks, they're saying essentially, somewhere between $8 to $13 trillion in the next 10 years will be created in this metaverse, ecosystem. Right. So that's it's a big number. It's a kind of it would be the second largest, the third largest country in the world by GDP. Right. Now, how is this going to happen over the next 5-10 years? I actually think that it's going to be a 4-phase model, very much like the metamorphosis of the butterfly, from eggs to larva to chrysalis to the adult butterfly. We're starting out with a lot of these little fragile worlds that are all independent from each other, and they could live or die, right? And you're going to have a few that survive and become the larvae, a little bit bigger. These virtual world garden platforms that are still independent from each other, but they're more stable, providing more services. In between, we're going to create this chrysalis stage where the different regions, Europe, China, US, they're going to wall off their users and create policies and regulation that impacts in terms of how their users will interact with each other and with other worlds. And then longer term, in kind of the 5 to 10 year period, we're going to get most of the world on a one common open metaverse where everybody can go anywhere, like they do today on the internet, and there'll be some small pieces of it that are still walled off by regions. Right? I think that's kind of the likely scenario of how this is going to play out. Now, there is something called the incomplete metamorphosis that happens with locusts, where they essentially become a bigger version. They go from eggs to a little tiny locust, and then they become larger locusts, but they look pretty much the same. Just one can fly and one doesn't, but they're not pretty, and they don't go through that kind of middle chrysalis stage. So I really hope that we can move on the lower path where we go from something that is not as pretty into something that is really beautiful for the world. Now, what is going to happen in the next 10 years? Here's some of my predictions. I feel it's important that 3D content is going to become the primary data on the internet. Right now, it's primary video, but we're going to transition to 3D in the not too distant future. Devices are going to be very different. We're going to be more and more reliant on the device that's on our head, because once you have that device on your head, you're not going to need to look at a screen in your pocket or on your desk anymore, because you can virtualize any amount of screens you need. We're going to spend more of our waking time in the metaverse than we do in the physical world without our glasses on, right? Or without our glasses or headsets on. So I think this is going to be a really, really important part of our lives. We're going to go to school in it. We're going to go to work in it. We're going to socialize in it. Um, there will likely be more billionaires created in this metaverse than the internet has created over the last 2 or 3 decades. But at the same time, the world would become more egalitarian. People will be more equal, because with a metaverse system, you have a much more borderless society. Anybody in the world, no matter where they're born, no matter who their parents are, they can get online and they can access a global economy. They can work for anyone in the world. They can be judged by their ability to create and imagine and innovate, and not by what they're wearing or who where they were born, right? And the this virtual lifestyle, I think, is actually going to help one of our other major problems that we're all facing on this planet with the climate crisis. By having more virtual interactions, we're going to travel less, we're going to commute less, we're going to need to buy less things, own less things, and that's going to create less pressure on this fragile Earth that we're on. And the metaverse, I think, the term the metaverse, when it actually becomes real, when it becomes mature, will likely not be called the metaverse anymore. I think that's something that is a little counterintuitive. Just like we used to say the cyberspace or information superhighway. At the end, we still ended up with the internet, and I think the metaverse will probably just be called the internet or the 3D internet. And lastly, I feel like there's going to be hopefully a reduction in geopolitical conflict, because as we spend more time in the metaverse, as we remove these geopolitical borders between us, we'll be able to understand other people more, and we'll be able to I guess remove some of the misunderstandings that are creating conflicts between us. So we've done a study with the Chinese Academy of Sciences recently that I think is very hopeful. What they did was do essential cultural education or cultural experiences through XR. Or cultural travel, I guess they call it. And they found that it gives 2x the shared experience as you would with, video type shared experiences. And what's more important is that it actually created a 130% increase in appreciation of the culture that they were talking about or learning about. And then lastly, it actually made people 71% more willing to travel physically to that place, meaning that they're going to, understand these cultures better. They're going to want to go there more. And then, by going there, you're going to understand, meet people and reduce the distrust that comes with not knowing someone, right? Or not knowing a culture. Now, the metaverse and all XR technology, in fact, all technology, is a two-edged sword. So, it's important that we use it very responsibly, and as a industry, we don't abuse what it can do. Right. And as our friendly Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. So how can we create a open and safe metaverse that's good for the world? Well, first of all, I think we need to realize that it should be a public good, just like roads and utilities and parks, something that we should all strive to provide and protect, right? And be accessible to anyone. We definitely need cross-world avatar systems, ID systems, wallet systems, payment systems, so that anybody anywhere in the world can interact with the content and with each other. We're going to need better infrastructure for networks and cloud compute, so that no matter what device you have on you, you can still have a good experience. And we're going to need better creation tools, because if we're going to make those hundreds of millions of virtual worlds, we can't depend on the few million developers out there that are making games today. And we're going to need better data and ID and network security tools, because we're going to be so much more dependent on this device, on these services, than we are today. Even how dependent we are on phones today, we're going to be even more dependent on these devices in 10 years. And we're going to need to protect the people and the data and the children on these systems, because the influence of the technology is going to be immense, and the ability for it to create harm and I guess to elicit crimes is also going to be quite large. So we're going to have a consistent legal framework that is defined and enforceable globally. And we need to have alignments on all of these policies, as well as the infrastructure investments that's needed to create that optimal experience. And at the end of the day, we're also going to need interoperability standards, because for all these devices and all these contents to work together, we have to have standards, as we do today with the telecom space, with the computing space. Otherwise we're going to be destined to have these little wall gardens, and we know that wall gardens are not good for the world. So HCC has been working hard to provide a tool set called the GatherVerse metaverse solution set, that will help to enable people to build and to experience the metaverse, even kind of a primitive metaverse today, but hopefully more and more sophisticated over time. So I want to leave you kind of with one thought is, let's leave a better verse for the next generation, because one that's filled with butterflies and then not with locusts. And one where we can go anywhere in the world and be with anyone and understand anyone. So at the end, I think we can see the value of this metaverse, and I really hope that we as an industry come together to create that open, interoperable metaverse that the world deserves. And thanks again, Chris, for inviting me to speak to your group here. And let's work together to make this reality. Thanks, everyone.
Greetings and hello. Thank you, Alvin, for the words that you just shared with us. And we certainly want to welcome everybody with us that's able to join from Asia, South Asia, and all throughout. Welcome to GatherVerse. And we certainly hope that you've received a good amount of information thus far. And before our roundtable that we have coming up, I wanted to share a few things with you about why we do this summit and for who. The reason we do these summits and these events with GatherVerse is to steadily and diligently move forward with part of our mission in bringing thousands of communities and millions of people safely into emerging technologies and the metaverse humanely. When we think about the metaverse and we think about the arise of many emerging technologies that are accelerating at a rapid rate, especially with what we see obviously happening with spatial computing, extended reality, and moreover, artificial intelligence. The things that we want to be mindful of as we move forward into this exploration when it comes to these technologies is that the most important part is humanity. With GatherVerse, we not only bring awareness to the forefront of humane standards of accessibility and education and community development and quality and safety and privacy and wellness, but we embody this. Our community embodies this. And ever do we press towards such an endeavor to find those that are of like mind and of sharing hearts, whether that's with the partnerships that we have, the different organizations that we lock hearts with, or with the individual people that make up who we are. Without our community, GatherVerse would be nothing. We've made these events and we just hit our year one, and we're entering from year 0 to year 1, and we've done all these events for free. The reason we do it is because while we enjoy a lot of the events and the XR events and the AI and the different type of technology events that are out there, we realize that a lot of people have a barrier to entry towards getting the necessary information that they need when it comes to technology itself, being that it's moving at such a rapid rate. And the reality is a lot of people just simply can't afford or even justify in today's inflated world a price of a ticket to be able to attend almost anyone's event. Yes, some events are definitely well worth it if you can afford it and if it's in your means. But a lot of organizations and companies, as we see, are going through great dramatic changes, and layoffs are happening all over the place, left and right. And for the individual startup that's building, hacking, making, coding, developing, they certainly don't have and don't enjoy a healthy budget to attend much, except for the business of building out their platforms. And what we didn't want to do, especially in the educating sectors, public and private, that don't enjoy healthy budgets for their whole student bodies, even oftentimes with universities and community colleges, we wanted to find a way for people to get well-resourced information from some of the most brilliant minds in the world that you heard of and some of the most brilliant minds in the world that you haven't. That's not just here where I'm at in North America or Silicon Valley, but people are building the metaverse and emerging technologies everywhere around the world, which is why we're here today when it comes to Asia. When it comes to our Asia communities, just as we had a summit just merely 48 hours ago with our African community, we need to let people know that whether you're from Africa, Asia, Oceania, North America, South America, Central, Europe, no matter where you're from, no matter the color or gender, that your voice matters when it comes to building in the great contribution of your cultural placement within the ecosystem itself. That at the heart of the metaverse, know that it is community. Many people have different understandings and definitions, and as we move forward on the colloquial path, there will be different understandings of what the metaverse on a morphic scale will turn out to be. But the most important part when we talk about the metaverse, from our hearts at GatherVerse, is that we lead with humanity first. And we do this here with GatherVerse every opportunity we have to earn your trust to do this moving forward with excellence, humbly with the servant's heart. So with that said, we hope that you will continue to enjoy the speakers that we have aligned that have worked really hard to be able to gather with us well and to gather with us today. And may our gather be well.
Okay.
And we are waiting for, let's see how we get everyone here. Bear with us, everyone, please. With Namrata. And here we go. And greetings, everyone. And thank you to all of you that are joining with us from home and or from the workplace today to join us on a live discussion of we assembled speakers from our Asian continent communities throughout to have a very open and clear discussion on building the humanity first metaverse. Today, we've assembled an assortment of professionals that have much to share, coming from a wide variety of different perspective and lens. We certainly are looking forward to joining them in exploring today. What we'll do is we'll have them introduce who they are and what they do, and then we'll proceed to plant seeds and chop wood. Prashant, let's have it kick off with you. And mindful for those that aren't speaking, if we can mute our mics to be able to give wide expression.
Okay. Thank you, Chris, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. Glad to be here and part of this wonderful community. So I'm Prashant Bhardwaj, and I'm working as an innovation manager in CRIF, which is a credit bureau that comes again from Europe. And again, just to adhere with what the community brings into, so it blurs the boundaries, right? It blurs the boundaries in terms of countries, in terms of genders, gender gaps, and the other social taboos that we found in our real world. And I'm here, like what we are doing as CRIF is trying to find out this trying to solve out the problems, just to find out the ways so that we can blur the gap in terms when it comes to banking and unbanking generation gap. So what Alvin said just few minutes back, like what the predictions of the banks in $1 trillion economy, but banks are actually not doing that, and of course they are looking for solutions. So what we can do for the society, for the people, uh, in metaverse.
Right. Thank you, Prashant.
Thank you.
Fai, will you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you for inviting me. I'm based in Shanghai, and I work mostly in the art and cultural creative industry. I am founder of this platform called Art Times Metaverse, and also I'm a chief metaverse consultant of the Modern Art Museum Shanghai. So I work in performing arts, in visual arts, in film, in design, most of my previous time. In the last 2 years, I've been very committed to exploring this metaverse and Web3 and the related technology and how they impact on not only what we are doing and living and learning now, but the future of humanity. So it's for me a very futuristic issue and a big one. So I'm glad to be here to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fai. We really appreciate having you. Namrata, please.
Hi, Christopher. Thanks for inviting me and meeting all these people in Metaverse. I'm in India, and I'm associated with the BRICS Research Conference, and we do some serious research on governance and entrepreneurship, especially when during these different times and difficult times where we see a boom in inflation, deflation, and somewhere stagnation as well in various parts of the world. And how different dynamics of Africa and Asian countries and people have when we talk about governance and when we talk about entrepreneurship, and how differently we should see and perceive and make policies to make things happen and to give a boost to the global economy is what I do. With work, I am an executive coach, and I coach people to clear their mindsets and push their these boundaries and see the infinity within them. And yes, of course, the first thing is to identify their own selves, themselves as humanity as being a major soft skill, which is unfortunately missing. So yes, that's what I do, and I'll take a pause. Thank you.
Thank you, Namrata. We're certainly happy to have you. Omkar, you're up.
Hi, Christopher, and hello, GatherVerse community. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Omkar. I'm the founder CEO of Miracle.io. We're a company across Germany, India, and the US, and we are unlocking learning by doing in the real world metaverse. And we take a humanity first approach towards education, and we want to make sure that STEM education, high quality STEM education, is accessible to all, no matter where they are, no matter what kind of network infrastructure they may have, through everyday mobile devices. So that's our, in a nutshell, a simple humanity first approach that we take with access in mind. That's all about us and all about me as well.
Thank you so much, Omkar. Thank you so much, panel. Audience, you're about to chop wood with us as we explore and express about the metaverse humanely, the humanity-powered narrative, the approach, the direction forward. I'm going to kick this one off, and we're going to go round robin. If whoever feels like answering first, by all means, please. The metaverse, Asia. Right now, the metaverse is slated to be, by the year 2030, 13 trillion, according to Citi, a 13 trillion plus economy. Those aren't slouch numbers, and that's really goes beyond the narrative of fiction in many people's estimations when we start talking about the metaverse. But we all know that it's not necessarily a colloquial expression of phrasing when we talk about the metaverse, and it's highly subjective, and it's been widely interpreted by many different people of a different narrative altogether. But I'll ask today, not to define what is the metaverse. Some may say it's a virtual ecosystem of interaction and communication, or as Alvin just shared with us, a whole different meaning altogether. But when we talk about the metaverse, I want to know from your lens, what has the metaverse up to this date been to you from your eyes? I open the floor. Prashant, you're muted.
Okay, you're muted. Oh, okay.
Go
Thank
for
you.
it. Thank you.
Okay. So yes, so when we talk about metaverse and when we are talking about current thing that is going around metaverse, we are talking about things, inflation, everything, and the city that you have mentioned, city that they are talking about $1 trillion economies, or you can say uh, the potential that a metaverse holds. So most of the banks gave these numbers, but yes, talking about present scenario, like if specifically to Asia, there is a huge gap when we talk about banked and unbanked population. So what for us is more like when we talk about a common problem for a common person, be it in Asia or be it worldwide, then it is going to a bank or say using the financial services and everything. Financially literacy is somewhat, I think, which will be a key which holds in metaverse as well. So it will be like, okay, so more people, more generation that can give access to. So we are talking about a gaming generation here, which has a direct access to metaverse, or which are aligned with metaverse. So for them it will be a way, or for us as well, to provide them the education that required in terms of a financial economy or financial ecosystem. uh, Also, I think that when we talk about societies or tiers of the societies, unfortunately, when we are talking about real world, first tier, second tier, and third tier, but yes, metaverse, as you have said earlier as well, and what Alvin said, so they are blurring this thick lines between the tires. So the common ground for a generation to come, and to generation which is as of now, which is becoming a part of metaverse as well. So it is not like that is happening, that can happen today or tomorrow, but it is more like how we can help out, uh, how we can help out each other. So by collaborating, or by providing the just helping out people out there to adopt this particular technology, or to come into metaverse, just to understand like what it holds, the potential it holds.
Indeed. And so we'll come back and touch on that, Prashant, when it comes to the nature of fintech technology and what involvement that we're seeing with that ecosystem. A lot of people attribute it when we talk about fintech. We may think about crypto assets and DAOs and dApps and decentralization altogether, the power of Web3 and layer 1 blockchain and layer 2. But we will dance on that. But you mentioned education, and that brings me to Omkar. We talk about educating not only those that are in the technology sector in this space, but other industries, which is widespread horizontally, that gain to benefit from using the tool of the metaverse or XR, if you will. And at the same time, we see the inherent need for proper education in using this tool before anyone can be able to go into the landscape of financial literacy and to be able to better understand and prepare how we're using. And often what we'll talk about is the metaverses will be a great tool. And as we see it happening on a very smaller level, whether it's the surgical theater and other different verticals, you will, for training and education. Omkar, from the eyes and the lens of education, what is the metaverse?
Thanks, Christopher. I think you've covered it. You've summarized it well, that we need to train people on how to use the metaverse, or how to use the tools in the metaverse, and how to get into it, really, essentially. That's what is the important step. And as Prashant mentioned, there are a lot of use cases that we can build on top of, but the entry point needs to be frictionless, essentially. That's, I would say, is the first and the most important step here. Starting from a human-computer interaction approach, and it's not my own definition, I'm sure there are many people who sort of align with this, but I see the metaverse as the next generation of the internet that is mostly interactive, mostly 3D, and mostly, therefore, immersive. And this unlocks a lot of other things, and especially education, the field that we've been in. It stands to benefit greatly from this new generation of the internet. Education traditionally has been very single-dimensional, let's put it this way. And with this definition of the metaverse, it is possible to stimulate multiple human senses, so visual, auditory, haptic, and kinesthetic. And this way, like a multimodal, multisensory learning experience becomes memorable without the need to memorize, essentially. And I think that's a powerful shift, going from memorization to memorable. And that can be applied even outside of education. So, of course, you have traditional education, schooling, higher education, and so on. Like, we work with a lot of different kinds of organizations, higher ed, schools, and so on. But there's also a lot of potential for corporate training in these kind of scenarios. Understandably, the metaverse is more targeted, let's say, or is built rather for people who are in the age groups of 13 to 18 right now. And we see that, this is the future building generation also. And we need to be able to sort of have them on board, because by the time they enter the workforce and start building value in the world around them, the world will have transformed. And I see that's the critical point of inflection, essentially. And we need to be very, now is the time, is basically what I would say. So sort of putting it all together, that's what the metaverse is for us. That's how I see the role of education in the metaverse. And the most important factor over here is making it frictionless to sort of adopt the metaverse.
Indeed. Namrata, thank you, Omkar. Namrata, 8 billion people we've just reached on this planet. The Asia ecosystem is home to many people that live on the face of this earth. And we have a massive ecosystem in and of itself when we think about China and we think about Asia. These are two mega ecosystems that we're talking about, and continentally speaking, if we're looking at Asia as a whole, and several other different areas and lands, if you will, that make up the body of Asia itself. Now, when we talk about the metaverse and the accelerated rise of emerging technologies, let's go to the world of sustainability. And is what we're building today being prepared towards sustaining natural resources, natural ways of living for societies to be able to live in stable environments and communities. What do you see with this, Numrata?
Brilliant ask, Christopher, and thanks for asking this because sustainability of everything is really very important. Taking you a little back, in 1999, if you all remember, when Matrix released, and we saw, all the kinds of people who were trapped in that AI-enabled world, and they were unaware of the existence of the real world, yet they were trapped. And then there were cables were running from their brains, and they were connecting devices that projects images of a simulated life into their minds. And then we see some news and protagonists who were living in the real world, and they try to liberate these captive people from those simulated realities. So having said done this we have already seen, and when Facebook advertised in Twitter about this metaverse, everybody was commenting on taking us back and relating it that now this is the real world. And when we have already heard Prashant and Omkar emphasizing about the way things are going to be, the sustainability of this model holds very very relevant importance. Why? Because first, issues like privacy, issues like governance, issues like regulatory framework, and education, which we have already discussed with Omkar, will be pivotal importance for, I would rather say, just not for sustainability, but to increase that those kind of trust, so that it is a good enabler as a economic boost, and especially for Asia and African continents. So yes, these kind of models, and that's what where we see mass population in India, in China, and so many other countries. The underlying challenges of education, the underlying challenges of socioeconomic status holds these kind of problems, which should be addressed before these things are introduced in the ecosystem.
Indeed, and we'll touch a little bit more on that. But Phi, I want to leap over to the other side of this narrative, because we can't have any of these things that we're talking about, a strong financial ecosystem or financial literacy, education, or even sustainability, if we do not have the necessary platforms that are built for this. And I want to touch on something in particular, because I know that you are an expert in art and the design. I want to talk about this world for a second, designing not just the pixelations and the tools that we have of 3D artistry, if you will, and the mastery of that, and drafts and refinement and revisions, talking about designing the metaverse and emerging technologies for this world that we find ourselves in, this present world that arrives with all a litany of obstacles, if you will. And certainly that's happening everywhere in this world with the things that we see happening in modern society, contemporary at our time, but no doubt, nonetheless, in Asia as well. Phi, are we going about designing and building the metaverse and emerging technologies the right way? And from your eyes, what are we missing, and what would you like to see for us moving forward?
This is a big question, and Asia is a big continent. I mean, we know there's the places like Japan and Korea, and then there's India, there's China, there's Southeast Asia. It's such a diverse place. The same as Europe or America, right? It's not just one country, one type of people. And just now, I mean, you mentioned and you talk about like the figure trillion. I always have a problem about this. I even don't know how many zeros there are in million and in billion and in trillion. And like Asia, I always thought, China, I tell you the truth, China, the whole country is obsessed with GDP. GDP is the wealth of the whole country. Nobody really care about GDP per capita. That's when you divide it by the population. So, and no one really care about how actually the GDP is distributed among everybody. So that's the gap between the rich and the poor. Okay, going back to your question is in China particularly, which I know very well, in metaverse, all the discourses, discussion, and news, and in art and culture, the focus is on making money. So like we are all very crazy about AIGC now, artificial intelligence generated content. So we have these wonderful tools that anybody, not a professional trained artist, can create a amazingly looking pictures or words, and then everybody well become an artist and they keep creating these things automatically in seconds. And but how much creativity is there in this work when you just type a few words and you click a few buttons, then voila, there's a work. What's the value of that? When you ask me about the design of the metaverse, I don't think there's a lot of people actually are thinking deeply about designing the metaverse. Most people, nearly all of them, are thinking about designing something, a product, something that will sell in the metaverse. So it could be avatar, it could be a NFT, it could be anything. But so for individual artists, for a technologist, for a company, even for the government, they are not really thinking about building a metaverse. And of course, not thinking about building a better metaverse for all people. But they are thinking about building a better products in the metaverse that can sell and make some money. So I think this is really the biggest problem we have now. And one last thing I want to say is about designing the metaverse. Well, let's not go into the definition of metaverse, but I mean, for me, the metaverse is a platform of change. It should not be a repetition, a copy and paste of the physical world. We all know that the human physical world, there's lots and lots of problems like sustainability, environment, the inequality, and all the problem of the physical world. We really don't want that to be copied and pasted in the metaverse. So the metaverse, although it's mainly virtual, non-physical, but it's related with the physical world. And there's a possibility, a great possibility that we can design, create something in the metaverse that is better than the physical world. And from the opposite direction, that will also make the physical world better. And this is a little bit idealistic, but I think it's possible. But it needs more people to think along this way, rather than thinking about the metaverse as a money-making new West, where there are lots of goals, and let's go and dig it for myself.
Fi, that's very poetic and well expressed. And Matt, to look at the metaverse as a platform of change, how beautiful and lovely that sounds. And some will say that's a bit of idealization and fiction and things that daydreams are made of, Namrata. But are they truly? When we talk about a platform of change, back to sustainability, what are we looking to sustain? What are we looking to change? And from your lens in India, if you will, what are the points of impact do we need most emphasis on when it comes to this change that Fi speaks of?
Very interesting question, and I gather what all I've learned from our esteemed speakers. So, what Fi spoke, what about designing and giving all the kind of diversity of in the entire world. I would rather say India is a land of vivid culture, and with lots and lots of diversity, which even Omkar has or Prashant mentioned about the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and having very very varied socio-economic status of people. Then I'll also add on, after this pandemic, we have really seen a major shift in mindsets of people, in economic stability of people, and a big gap which is still increasing from riches to poor. it's just not in India, it's across the BRICS countries. I can emphasize upon, since that's my research area. So when we talk about specifically for India, I would rather say that we are definitely progressing in terms of technology, in terms of 5G, in terms of having that kind of mindsets of sustainable, to keep the reputation intact. As we saw, although Facebook has not rebranded them with the metaverse, but we see the kind of loss in terms of legal implications that the organization has gone through, when we talk about privacy of people and not being able to creating on the name of connect, what damage these people were doing. So having these kinds of when we talk about sustainability and framework, having these kinds of mindsets are very very important, which we are keeping. And in India especially, because the sentiments of this land, are very very culturally ingrained. And all these kind of diversity of people, when we are imagining the real world of a metaverse, entering into the space by wearing the helmets and trying to do virtual conferences, or maybe sell something, or even in education, it will really take a lot of time, yet things are in progress. When I talk about framework sustainability in our country. And my take will be to not to kill the importance of this metaverse, because we really cannot ignore it. See, earlier mobile was also not existing, okay? But now when we are talking today, we are talking about metaverse, which is definitely one step up of internet. So we really cannot ignore metaverse at all in any part of the country. We really have to be at pace with other part of the world, which we are doing. Yet I always say the governance and sustainability are the key models for positive impact. And that's where my thought goes right now.
Let's look at social impact. Thank you, Namrata. And we talk about what Fi is bringing up when he's talking about a platform of change. Let's go on that for a moment. A bit of a segue, if you will, Prashant. We talk about financial technology, fintech, the world of Web3. On one narrative, we see crypto assets that have blown up that in a lot of ways have changed the way that we think about financial currencies and the way we may think about standard fiat currencies, if you will, the dollar, the rupee, the euro, the yen, if you will. Yet at the same time, we see the dangers that are well reported of the thievery, the failure, finding ourselves right now, this moment as we speak, in a crypto winter that's here. But I want to go in between that. I don't want to talk about the grandiose successes of non-fungible tokens, and I don't want to talk about the horrors and the tragedy of fintech. But I want to stay on the thematic narrative of sustainability. Is financial technology today on the path to at least have the opportunity to promote and to create sustainable change for real world impact?
Yes. Let's talking about like taking point from Fi. What he said is, so when we talk about financial economy, or say fintech ecosystems, that comes into the picture with metaverse, and so it is like we have to define it. So it is not like copying real things or the things that are happening in the real economy, just copy pasted down in the metaverse. So the things which are happening in crypto. So you mentioned about the population as well, Christopher, like 8 billion population, that the mark that we had recently. uh, the crypto, one of the leading crypto giants, the CEO said, okay, be it, we said it, okay, 8 billion of population, but he marked it 8 billion of opportunities as well. So when we talk about the sustainability factor in terms of metaverse, then yes, we are trying to, as like considering that we are a data driven company, and we gather the data knowledge that we have. So we are channelizing data. So and again, when like as Namrata mentioned, like when it comes to such kind of governance, be it like in Asia itself, not in Asia, but again worldwide as well, focusing on Asia, then GDPR and the compliance that comes into the picture when it comes to analyze the data, to be it synthetic data or something like this, then there are still many hurdles which comes into the picture. So just to keep focusing on like how we are trying uh, to adapt this a new channel for which we can have a lot of data, not just to, of course, not just for enterprise purpose, but to analyze actually the behavior, the end behavior of the users that are coming into this metaverse. So again, a good point for me is just like when I was listening to our uh, counterparts here. So it is like when we are talking about Indians, when we are talking about Koreans or Asian communities. So when I see metaverse, so I think we also like create a different, a unique community, a blended community as metasense that we thought of. So uh, so yes, there are challenges, of course, in real world as well when we talk about real money, but there will be more challenges out there in metaverse as well, which we are looking forward to, be it cryptocurrency. But yes, most of the things that you have said, or you have marked that okay, things that which are happening with crypto, be it crypto theft, and what all things going around. But it is more like the human error. That we have figured it out, like it mostly happens with the human error. So the factor comes into the picture as well. So that's it. Like we just want to like, if you talk about me, so for us it is like to help out in carrying out the adoption in metaverse, just to analyze like okay, what all channels can be open for the data in terms of data, and what all we can do uh, in terms of collaboration. So one thing that I have found peculiar with, or you can say something different, when we talk about metaverse as well, and when we are talking about in GatherVerse, that I have learned. Actually, I have to say thanks to the GatherVerse community as well. So it is not a platform for the competitions, right? It is a platform more to collaborate with. So when we are talking about platforms, when we are talking about real terms, so the competition is the word that is being used very often. But when we talk about a platform like metaverse, so we have an opportunity here to collaborate more, to share more, to access the problems, and just to help find out the ways to solve them as well.
I agree. I believe that the metaverse without collaboration is a failed experiment waiting to happen. And I say that for a number of reasons, but as I hear you speaking and thinking about the words that are being expressed thus far already, I come back to Omkar and thinking about naturally education. There's such a despair of inequities when it comes to readily available information and education regionally, city to city, transmetropolitan, that how can these specific areas get the same type of education? And so, on one hand, I hear those in the industry that talk about the metaverse is ready to be able to educate thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of children today. What persists in my mind is whose children and what country and what continent are we referring to? Because we still have problems with getting 5G in a lot of different areas, not only in here in the United States of America, where broadband isn't completely readily available, but it sure is the same to be expressed in Asia, just as it was expressed just days ago at our African summit that we held about the lack of therein when it comes to connectivity. Omkar, I ask you, how do we educate the world if we don't even have the necessary resources to be able to connect the information to these audiences? And what is Miracle.io doing about that?
It's a very important question, Christopher, that you put on the table here. I think we can't talk about equity and equality if you're not able to neutralize these differences in access to infrastructure. I think it's a crucial question to answer first. Um, so I'm going to sort of start with some of the research that we did on this over the last couple of years. We've seen in India specifically, where I come from originally, we've seen that almost half, like more than 50% of people, of students today across the country, don't have access to consistent internet. They may have access to internet when they're maybe in a cafe, in a mall, maybe in a commercial area, but when they're home, even if they do have a data plan, they don't have access to the network itself, or they may not have access to power even for their Wi-Fi to function properly. So many a times you have access to internet, but then it's very sporadic. It's only in certain parts of the day. There's no continuous internet. And in situations like these, a constantly connected approach may not work well, because that already marginalizes more than half of the youth today. So how can you make it offline first is how I think about it, right? Because no matter how advanced or developed a country is, internet is still a problem. I live in Germany, and I still see, for example, internet challenges in Berlin. I've seen it in Mumbai. I've seen it across the world. Like, no airport today can give me consistent internet access, and airports are supposed to be, the pinnacle of development in society. So I think sort of thinking of building whatever we're building in the metaverse as resilient as offline first, to truly make it accessible. Like, the user experience should not be bad just because someone happens to be in a place which is geographically inconvenient, to put it very mildly, right? Because if the majority is in these kind of situations, then you're not taking the majority to the metaverse, and that already creates a lot of friction in adoption, which is what we started off with. And with Miracle.io, we sort of think of it exactly this way. Like, because we work with everyday mobile devices, we are also able to make this work with or without internet connectivity. So you can sort of prepare learning experiences on your mobile device when you're in a connected place. And then you can play it out, on a farm, which may be fully remotely located, which may not have internet, but you still have the same experience as you would have as someone sitting in a city with better internet connectivity. So I think that that resilience to the network is a very important factor.
What are some of the common barriers that you think are confronted for those that are building educational platforms to actually get to those who stand to benefit from them?
I think one of the crucial barriers is language, right? I think it's important to educate people in a language that they're comfortable in, for sure. So apart from the technical and technological hurdles, I think the cultural aspects are also crucial to be mentioned here. Like, a multilingual approach from day zero is, I think, very crucial when it comes to building and educating in the metaverse for the masses. Today, India has 20 plus official languages and hundreds and thousands probably of regional dialects. And I think building in India sort of also throws that challenge from day zero again, that you need to be able to support all of these different cultures, subcultures, and languages. So I think that's one crucial part. And the second part is related to the human computer interface itself. Like, how comfortable are people using this new method of interacting with the digital world? So I know, for example, in education, that you have the young generation that is being educated, and you have the generation that is educating the younger generation. So I think the younger generation is it's easier for them to catch on to these kind of trends. But for the educators who may be, let's say, in their 30s, maybe 40s, maybe 50s, it can be a bit harder for them to get on board, to train them, and to have them adopt this as easily. So I think building it in a way and positioning it in a way that is not only easy for the young generation, but also is easy for the generation that influences the young generation, is also an important thing to consider. That's one of the biggest challenges that we face at Miracle.io. How do we get the educators on board in the most effective way, in the most inclusive way?
Thank you, Umkar. Well met and expressed. Fi, I want to understand something, and I don't want to presume. Here I am, this North American, and I've never lived in Asia. Yet I know so many people from Asia, more than I care to count, and as we all do, and that are here with us today. And for our audience that's with us today, many whom have never been to Asia and may not be familiar with its cultural contribution to technology, to design, to art. I've often said that you can have art without technology, but you cannot have technology without art. That's how prevalent design is, if you will. But help me to understand from your lens, please. I beg you, all of you, if you will. We'll open and start with Fi. What do you perceive the great cultural contribution that Asia, be it China, India, Japan, North Korea, South Korea, Thailand, Myanmar, so forth and so on, what do you believe? And I'm sure the list is long, but if you could share with us, what is that cultural contribution of Asia from your lens?
This is I cannot answer this question actually, because I've started with I don't believe in the mindset or in the language of talking about Asia as if it's one place or one culture or one people. It isn't. Just one example. Of course, we know there are differences in political, economical, social, cultural differences among all the countries. But like Japan, take Japan as an example. Japan has decided about 150 years ago, Japan decided to leave Asia and go into Europe. That's the exact term they use. That's when Japan became modernized. So they said, no, we don't want to be Asian anymore. We want to be European. We want to be modernized. So we embrace the European, Western culture, technology, civilization, philosophy, everything. But today, Japan still keep lots of its tradition in its social life, in everything. But it might be the most westernized, modernized country in the entire Asia. And you look at China, 3,000 years of civilization and very traditional, but not really as modernized as Japan, and never really embraced the Western European kind of culture. But China is very strong in technology now. And because there's a political will, there's lots of talents. China is like 1/5 of the world population. I mean, simple mathematics will tell you that there are lots of clever people in China. And given the opportunity, scientists, technologists, artists, everywhere, there will be very clever people making lots of good things. So in AI, in everything related to the metaverse or to Web3 or to the future, there's lots of accomplishment there, and with lots of government support. But when you look about that, in China, we are building a Chinaverse. We are not building a metaverse as understood by the world. Although there's no consensus of what metaverse is, that there isn't. But still, I think there's some basic consensus about what it is or what it should be, and people are more or less working in the same big direction. But China is very, very different from metaverse. Like NFT in China is not NFT as understood in the world. So back to your question about, say, what contribution Asia will have to the world or to the metaverse, I really don't know how to answer that, because if you say what Japan or what China or I don't know what India might contribute culturally, to the world or to metaverse or to the future, this is easier to speculate. But Asia as a whole, I really don't know how to deal with it intellectually. I'm sorry.
No, Phi, you answered it masterfully. Well met. And I'm very glad that I asked what I asked and you answered the way you answered. I'm sure I'm not the only one that just got a lot out of that. It was very apropos. Namrata, India, the culture, the technology, the great bastion of technology hubs in the world, if you will. I think no one really does it better if you want to go pound for pound with the strength of India when it comes to the power of developers, developer power. From my lens and having worked with some of the closest people I've ever worked with in life from India, whom we care. We build relationships with people who we love. And let me ask you, from your narrative, from your lens, the Indian culture expressly, what does it mean to the metaverse and emerging technologies today from your lens?
Great. I'll tell you something very paradoxical, Christopher. Allow me to say that the best part about Indian economy is that it is the youngest economy, and as Omkar just mentioned, that how quickly these young people are, in picking these kind of technology is our strength. Talking about the culture and giving my perspective to adding it in this forum, being at 40 in the number of global innovation index, India hold very high sentiments, positive sentiments in terms of technology and innovation. And this 40 is out of 132. Then in business ranking, in environmental business ranking, India hold 57 out of 99. And in digital readiness and in index, India hold 101 out of 141. So that is the kind of number and statistics India hold in the world in terms of when I talk about culture of innovation, business readiness, and technology. And that's a kind of preparedness we have. We just launched a communication satellite, which we launched like we were first in the world. Uh, sharing, and that was a glimpse enough to tell how we are progressing in adding on to the technology and how prepared we are. uh, I will also touch upon the design part and giving a cultural and Indian perspective to it. That we are very sentimental about touching the other person's sentiments, culture, and having an empathy mapping. We call it design thinking across the world. So we are very strong and culturally ingrained in understanding the other people's perspective, and that's again in the mindsets of people. So I would personally feel, talking about all the numbers and how the entire geopolitical system is, order is changing, and how India is aiding to so many countries who were getting bankrupt, and who were on the on the literally on the edge of just losing their power. So we hold very strong uh, foot in terms of technology, innovation, business, and yes, of course, culture in terms of empathy mapping, understanding the nuances, understanding and respecting the people's value, and having that kind of stand in collaborating and connecting with people and doing business collectively to give that kind of economic boost, just not for India or for Asia or for BRICS, but for the entire world. I'll take a pause.
Thank you, Namrata. Prashant, I want to go back. I want to look for a second, Prashant. And look, we've become more virtual in the past 32 months than we have the past 32 years. Much more has changed with the oncoming of COVID-19 and the different technologies that have emerged just because of this great disruptive pandemic that is arrived on everyone's shores, if you will. Prashant, ecologically, have you seen changes in South Asia that are different within just the past 2 years? And what does that landscape look like now when it's come to this great disruption in technology with the development workforce, with those that are engineers that are building the infrastructure of these emerging technologies? Have things changed in the past 2 years?
A lot, Christopher. I should say that. So just to because I'm still amazed with what Phi answered, so it's still in my head.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so still in my head,
You're
I'm
not
amazed.
alone.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah. So what happened? So talking about pandemic, just to go just 10-12 years back, in 2008 the world hit a great recession, and post that we saw emergent of Facebook, the social network, right? It got paced up, right? And when we talk about pandemic, the emergent of technology, you can say the adoption of technology has risen up as well. I'll give you my personal example, I think, and Namrata and Omkar can, of course, thumbs up on that as well. So when I go to buy a vegetable, right, on the street as well. So you are a street vendor. We are not talking about shopping complexes and things. So when we talk to shopping complexes, just we took out the wallet and just we use the credit cards and debit cards. But this was not accessible to the, again, that coming to the topic or to the point, third party, the third tier of the society, which is on the road, right, the common man. So when I go to buy the vegetables like 2 years, 3 years back, then I had to do in the cash, right? I have to just take out the wallet and do the transactions cash, right? Now when I go, I don't need to carry my wallet cash. It's all my mobile. It's on in my mobile. So the person who is selling vegetable on the roads, they have the access to the digital wallets. So I think that is kind of a revolution that the world needs to look forward to. How we can provide the access or the digital power to empowerment to the people all across the globe, be it anyone. So yes, there are challenges again, and one of the things that we can bring out. So I just want to connect the point. So it is more like connecting the dots that you are trying to do, Christopher, very well. So it is more like connecting the dots and how we are. So it's not about like solving problem for India, solving problem from China or for any other region, Asian, African. So it's like how we can touch all the points while connecting, while solving problem for a particular region. So we did something for India, say we make something out for India, be it digital payment, success UPI payments system, which is very much appreciated all around the globe. So how this particular solution can help the worldwide population as well.
Phi,
And
Prashant,
yes,
I'm going to move to Phi real quick, and I have to ask that obviously there's been great influence with remarks and even for me of great consideration of how we're looking at Asia. It's very transformative in this very small hour that we have together. I have to ask, from China lens, from where you're at, from your home, wherever you've been, what do you look most forward to when it comes to the future of the metaverse and emerging technologies?
This is every day when I think I read or think about the metaverse, which is like my number one hobby now, is I'm moving between two ends. One is the ideal type. That's what metaverse should be in my mind, with my values. So it is very common. It's just open, diverse, eco, and everything, and sustainable. All these values that I adhere to. But on the other hand, is the practical side. That's the idealism versus the pessimism. So and we all know that I mean, nothing human could be ideal. But if we don't aspire to an ideal, and then try our best to achieve that, and knowing that there will be a discount because the reality will trim down, make a discount of the ideal. So the ideal can never be achieved, but we have to aim for 10, and even with a 50% discount, we achieve 5. That is good enough. If we don't aim at 10, we aim at 5. Then with a 50% discount, there will be 2.5. That's not good enough. So metaverse, theoretically, or within my idealism, it should be really open, inclusive, with equity and fair and just, and the wealth, the knowledge, everything is shared among the people, and I mean all the people. But we know that it might never happen. It didn't happen in the physical world, right? Like in China, the GDP growth, and I've been to villages in China, several of them, where the annual income of a person in a remote village is, annual income is about $100 for a year. That's what one person in a village made, which like in a city like Shanghai and Beijing, an average person made 100, 1,000 times more than that. And yesterday, I read a report on Japan. Japan might be one of the I think it's the leading country in Asia where wealth is very evenly distributed. It says that in Japan, what a normal person, like a taxi driver or a cleaner, his income is like 1/3 to 1/4 of a CEO of a big company. So I think this gap between a CEO of a big company and a taxi driver in Europe, in America, and in China is much, much, much more than that. Yeah, not 3 times, 4 times. So Japan actually achieved this. I think it's quite good in the physical world. This wealth is more reasonably distributed, but we're not talking about communism where everybody has the same amount of money. So the metaverse, can the metaverse actually improve on the physical world or solve the problems of the physical world? It's economic problem, it's a cultural problem, it's a political problem about power and democracy and all this. I think there are possibilities in the metaverse where we can do better, or it may be a very good term, it's betterverse. So we created a better world, virtual in the metaverse. And as I said, and then will it change the physical world? So we never did it in game, right? In a game, which is like a baby metaverse. We play games, we do a lot of things in game, we find treasure, we kill people, whatever. But all this never really get back to change the reality. We leave the game and then we're back to the real world. So the game is just a temporary dream, a fantasy or escape. But if the metaverse is much more than a game, so would the metaverse actually change the real world, the so-called physical real world, and make the world better? So from a betterverse to a better world, I think this is a direction to go. I cannot tell how much can we achieve and how long it will take. It might take maybe 100 years or more. I don't know. And maybe at the end, there will be a discount of 50% or on the ideal. But still, we should aim high, yeah, and take a long view.
And with that said, we may be very far apart distance, but with all the expressions that we're given now, I think we're more closer than we think. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this roundtable discussion. Prashant, Phi, Namrata, Omkar, and audience, as we continue to move forward with GatherVerse Asian Summit It certainly has been a joy and delight, if you will, to be able to express and bond and explore with everyone here. We shall continue.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here today. I am Ida Kummer, the Director of Global Affairs at Journey. We don't have a common definition of what the metaverse is or will be yet. As you know, there's a lot of hypes, there are many attempts and often opposing views of what it should be. But we seem to agree that the metaverse and Web3 is the next iteration of the internet, and that iteration will include 3D experiences and blockchain technologies. From the start of the internet has been talked about almost like a promised land. It was supposed to make the world a better place, bring us closer, and maybe make us a bit better humans. So what went wrong, and why do we need an upgrade? In many ways, internet has, of course, brought us closer to our families and friends. It has opened up work opportunities and helped us to hold our politicians and each other responsible. We have access to information in a way that we've never had before. At the same time, we're spending something like 7 to 10 hours a day online, and most of that time scrolling. And that is on an internet that somehow emphasizes the grotesque of our culture and in many ways become a platform for narcissism and attention grabbing. The attention grabbing makes it make sense economically to spread our attention across 8 interests and 23 friends. Our attention has become thin. Our attention span has dropped from 15 seconds in 2014 to 18 seconds today. So we're spending something like maximum 8 seconds per content. With this, we are losing the life skill of focus, which is essential for us as human beings to have meaningful relationships, to solve problems and learn. Research has also shown that the internet that we have created emphasizes lack of dignity. And lack of dignity is one of the strongest sources of conflict. It is even recognized in the UN Declaration of Human Rights because dignity is essential to living together in healthy societies. So how did we get here? Maybe one of the reasons, or a little trace back in history, could be that in 1994, a former direct mail marketer called Ken McCarthy came up with click-through as the measure of ad performance on the web. Click became the definition action, but it had some side effects. It flooded the web with spam, link bait, painful design, and tricks that treated us like lab rats. So basically, lack of dignity. The web didn't care as long as you kept clicking. We were just means to an end. We have since then developed the attention-focused marketing, competition for those 8 seconds with anything that can grab the attention of the user. And then, of course, using grotesque, shocking, pornography-like content to be as loud as possible in all those feeds. And now we just kind of click and scroll. So why would then a 3D internet be a solution? Often in this industry, the next iteration of the internet is seen as a promising revolution, something that can change everything and make life and us humans better. Sounds familiar to that beginning of the internet we spoke about earlier? So what is really the purpose of it all? And how can we create something meaningful? I often hear, I don't want to live in the metaverse. I like real life, when I tell people that I work in this industry. Research has shown that 77% believe that the metaverse will cause serious harm to society, and in 10 years will mainly live in the metaverse. And that fear is not strange, because as humans, we build our ideas of a concept or the future of the internet in this particular case on something that we have seen before. And what we have seen of the metaverse is science fiction such as Snow Crash, Ready Player One, and other dystopian representations. But I like to say that the ones that own imagination also own the future. It's all about how we choose to use this new tool that we are developing, these new technologies. So what if we focus on what makes us human? What if we could slow down the internet? What if we build rooms instead of attention-grabbing flows? Rooms where we can be, have shared experiences, have time for meaningful conversations, time to hear and see. If we can slow the internet down, then maybe we could also regain some of our ability to focus. And what if we make it beautiful? Beauty is essential to us as humans. We are drawn to beauty because beauty guides us to what is dangerous and what is good for us. Throughout evolution, it has been our pointer to what food is poisonous or not poisonous, and what living places will be good for us. It's like a compass, and when we surround ourselves with us, it nourishes us and rebalances us, hence making it easier for us to connect to each other. Beauty in combination with focus then help us to connect with environments and with each other. On the flip side, when environments and experiences are ugly, we get bored, we don't care, and we don't want to be there. And it's like Journey's co-founder Milo Crelaire has said, that the metaverse has to be beautiful to prevail. It is a condition. When we connect, we can retrieve dignity, we can start caring and collaborating. And this is our survival. If we don't care, we are lost. At Journey, this is our take on solving the problem. So how did we get here? Journey started in 2020 with a team mixed of artists and technologists. We were trying to solve that the world had turned flat due to the pandemic. By combining brave imagination with our own technology, we build our own solution. And instead of building duplicates of reality, we believe in building impossible extensions, imaginary, inspiring spaces that can stun users and ourselves. For a brand, these worlds can express the feeling of, an experience of, for example, a new collection or a product, instead of something we just passively look at or read about. It is almost like an impossible flagship store, unleashing similar creative that design of fashion shows and flagship stores usually do. And with it, we have slowed down time. Often we have thousands of visitors in our experiences, and they linger. 13 minutes is a very long time in the internet. Remember those 8 seconds we spoke about earlier when it came to content and scrolling? And these users connect with each other. We often see afterwards that people have gotten to know each other in the experiences. On top of that, we have net promoter scores of 98.3%. Today, our clients include H&M, BMW, Cartier, Adidas, Siemens, EU, and WWF. In this industry, it's often talked about almost like we have to choose between accessibility and experience quality. But at Journey, we believe in combining the two. For metaverse experiences to be accessible both to, let's say, my grandfather and my niece, we stick to the most simple, intuitive onboarding processes with no download, instead accessible in the browser on any device with the only requirement being an internet connection that can stream YouTube. I hope that this approach of slowing down and making the internet more beautiful, we can build quality experiences on the internet that will feed us instead of draining us, give us satisfaction instead of addictive scrolling behaviors, and maybe therefore we could eventually spend more quality but less time in total on the internet. Thank you.
Thanks from India, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity, Chris and the entire team. Really appreciate the fact that you guys are going all guns and building out GatherVerse, which is playing such an integral role in creating a global community and initiative when it comes to Metaverse and Web3. And really appreciate the fact that you have bought the GatherVerse Summit here in Asia. So let me start by explaining what is the Metaverse. So according to Matthew Ball, which who I consider one of the leading pioneers or thinkers in the space of Metaverse. So he says that Metaverse is a persistent and interconnected network of 3D virtual worlds that will eventually serve as the gateway to most online experiences and also underpin much of the physical world. So if I had to kind of break it down, physical world where we live in, it's got everything that we need, right from or education or healthcare or banking or governance or work or playing, entertainment. Now the same thing is going to be integrated into the virtual world, and that virtual, and also the economic layer, the Web3, the cryptos and the NFT. Maybe a decade or two, it'll be that a convergence of a physical and a virtual world. So that's the reason I call it a phygital world. But post that, maybe like a 20 or 30 years down the line, with things like brain computer interface and us being able to map the entire cognitive structure, I think the virtual world or the metaverse is going to be indistinguishable from reality. But that's way further down, so let's not get into that. But yes, I think it's going to be an exciting space, and we've already embarked on the journey. And what that's going to do is that instead of us going to work, the work will come to us. Instead of us going to healthcare, the healthcare will come to us. Instead of us going to the education, and the education will come to us. And I'll give you an example. So my son, who's 7 years old, he was in a physical school, but COVID happened, and then the school itself moved on to an online model, and I think that's what happened for all schools globally. And while doing that, I think we understood the importance of online schooling, and then at that same point in time, there was this startup which understood the opportunity and started India's first online school, and which is transitioning to becoming India's first metaverse school. So we put him on that school, and for the last 2 years, it's been a blessing, because what that does is that, like I said, we don't have to go to the school. The school comes to us. He gets up in the morning, sits in front of the computer, and the students and his friends are students from all around India, and also as far off places as Indonesia and other nations which share like the kind of a same time zone. And eventually, when the metaverse comes alive, I think we'll be having these head wearable devices which could be possibly as light as this, and maybe through haptic feedback he'll be able to touch feel his other students who's possibly sitting all over India, maybe around the world, and maybe physically see them in holographic images. So that's what is happening. That's what we're breaking the barrier of physical boundaries. I think what metaverse is going to make it's going to make geography history. So I just give you one example. So according to me, this is metaverse. It's going to be a phygital world where we will transition to in the next few years or this decade, and that's already happening, because if you look at the Gen Z, they are already moved on to the digital world. They exist largely on these social media platforms, on these gaming platforms. The brands have to go where the consumers are. So, the future of education is going to be largely the convergence of a physical and a virtual world, and make education accessible for everyone. People sitting, whether the people sitting out in the urban areas or whether people sitting out in the rural areas, so clearly this technology is the future, and it can help, like I said, not just the education industry, but the same model. Just imagine, it could be there for work, it could be there for healthcare. Instead of us going to the work will come to us. And just imagine that creating the future of work, where we create a hybrid work, that we are working maybe 2 days from office, and the rest is the comfort of a home. We're spending more time with our family. We're not getting stressed out in the travel. So this is the future. But you might say, okay, if that's the future, why there is lack of adoption of this wonderful technology? So let me just get to the challenges of the adoption of metaverse. The adoption challenge is three-pronged. And the largest problem, I think, is the education awareness. I think people do not know about this technology. B, obviously the price points, the technology, the hardware is still very expensive. Whether you're buying the hardware or creating content when it comes to AR, VR, MR, is still expensive. And third is obviously the tech stack. It's still not ready. We still have problems of creating a metaverse where we can have hundreds and thousands of concurrent users, because this is a tech problem, because we can have concurrent users of maybe 100, 200 at this point in time. But there are companies such as RP1 and Improbable, which is trying to solve that, and hopefully by next year maybe we'll have maybe thousands of users. But these are the three largest problems when it comes to the adoption of this technology. And I'm trying to solve this in my own humble way by being a drop in this huge ocean by creating awareness. So I've been a community builder and an evangelist for metaverse and Web 3.0. And started with virtual reality in 2015. We started as a content studio. We built out our own 16 camera rig. We were too early into the market, and then we used the same prototype to create content. I've directed and produced India's first stereoscopic virtual reality horror short film called Crackle. It's done the festival circuit. It's won the best VR film at the Miami Fear Fest. We built out content for real estate, luxury resorts, and stuff like that. But then we understood that the ecosystem was not sustainable. So to make the ecosystem sustainable, I founded Immersion, which is India's first and largest virtual reality film festival and conference. But even after building that, I realized that a technology which is at a nascent stage, you need to do more. You cannot engage the stakeholders only once a year. How do we engage the stakeholders on a regular basis? And that's how I founded XROM. XROM is a digital news website when it comes to AR, VR, MR, and metaverse. It's also a marketplace where we sell and rent a virtual reality headset and cameras. We make it accessible for everyone, whether it's businesses or consumers. And I host XROM, which is India's first AR, VR focused podcast. I've interviewed around 140 odd leaders from India and around the world. And then I also host another podcast called The Once Changing the World, which is India's first future tech meets sustainability podcast. And the reason I do this is because I think creating awareness is such an important key role for nudging the ecosystem when it comes to adoption, where you make information available about what is metaverse, what is Web3, or what is future tech, and how businesses and consumers can leverage it. I think we need more community builders, and even you can do that because you'll get to learn more. You'll become a lifelong learner. So there's an opportunity for you to become a podcaster, you become a blogger, and what it does is that, it'll keep you updated. And I'm just going to give you a simple example. Look at Tesla and look at other companies. There is like, your maybe BMWs, they spend millions in advertisement. Look at Tesla with Elon Musk. They spend $0 in advertising money, is because Elon Musk communicates directly with its consumers through the channel of social media, because that's what it allows you to do. So he's sort of an evangelist, and he's built his own community. So even companies can do that. So that's an opportunity. So I hope that the more knowledge we create, the larger population will get to know about this technology, wonderful technology, and the adoption problem will happen easily. Let me get to the naysayers, because I'm sure the naysayers are screaming and saying, oh, the metaverse is a problem, it's been around for the longest time and it's not added much value. The Web3, there's so much scam. Just look at FTX and the recent scam which has created a ripple amongst the Web3 industry. Let me bring to your notice, that when you point out the wrongs of the Web3, I think you need to also look at the traditional finance industry. It's not just the financial industry, that it's your healthcare, it's your education, it's all of your institutions have been largely 200 years old, and here we are in the 21st century, and we need to not just iterate with these small minor changes, but I think we all need to completely reinvent and relook. And that's what Web3 is doing, and that's what metaverse is doing. Metaverse is saying, can we build a world which is interoperable, open, which is decentralized? It's so we are asking these deeper questions, and yes, I'm not justifying the scam which happened, which pulled down the entire Web3 industry, FTX exchange. But what I'm trying to say is that your traditional banking industry is also not completely clear. I'll just point out to you what's of the FinCEN files. It's been created by the American government. They've created data of the period from 2000 to 2017 of banks who have been moving dirty money, transactions involving money laundering, terrorism, drug dealing, funding the largest polluting companies, of financial fraud around the world, scams and suspicious transactions. And the period of 2000 to 2017, the amount of this transaction is $2.9 trillion. So my humble thing is like, throw a stone if you've not sinned, and look at Web3, look at metaverse. I'm not saying that everything what of metaverse and Web3 is right, but I think the ethos behind it is cool. The new bunch of the entrepreneurs are looking at correcting the wrongs, of or age-old legacy, traditionally driven organizations. Now, let me talk about Asia. What's been happening in Asia. So there's been some fantastic movements happening in Asia, and I would like to start with obviously Dubai. Dubai has got their own metaverse strategy going on. They are going gung-ho in investing into metaverse and Web3. Almost every week there's some kind of event or gathering going on where they raising awareness about the technology. The strategy is, by the next 5 years they want to create 40,000 jobs to be added, and growth of 5x companies in Dubai, and that's pretty much happening, because I think the other nations who don't understand that you will have your entrepreneurs and some of the best minds moving out, and that's already happening in India. The WazirX and the Polygons have actually migrated to Dubai because of the ecosystem, and the lesser known nations also. I mean, Thailand, I think, there's this company called Translucia, a 3 billion investment to build out their metaverse, and they've partnered with an Indian company called Sunova Tech. Also India, we've got Jio, which is amongst the largest telecom companies, and they're working on the mixed reality headset, and their goal is to make this mixed reality device a family device, because unlike your Facebook and your Microsoft, which is looking at targeting either enterprise or the gaming community or the entertainment community, Geo is looking at creating a device which is going to be a family device. And there's some cool startups over here, and there's so much opportunity in building out the metaverse, and India obviously is going to play a huge role, because I think we've got a huge, we've been exporting our engineers all the while, but now there's that reverse migration happening, because people are understanding there's so much opportunity over here, and yes, we've got a huge database of metaverse and Web3 developers, and possibly next couple of decades, maybe we'll be the hub of the people, the engineers who building out the metaverse. If there are startups, entrepreneurs who would want to reach out to me and figure out partnership opportunity in building a metaverse ecosystem, please reach out to me. Like I said, I also run a marketplace where I sell and rent out these hardwares and accessories when it comes to AR, VR, MR. So if there's any companies out there who want to sell their products here in India, please reach out to me. If there are companies who would want to have a base in India and would want to connect to the ecosystem, the investor ecosystem, or would want to set up their offices and maybe leverage the market opportunity here in India, please reach out to me. So far, our world has been extremely hierarchical driven. It's very centralized, and I think the narratives have been sold by the 4% of the population which runs the entire world. And the fact is that the 4% of the global population owns 96% of the entire global wealth, and that's how disturbingly unequal our world is. And here we have the opportunity with the metaverse and Web3 and future tech to leverage these tools and make sure that the future that we build is more equitable and more inclusive and more tolerant. And for the politics, I would like to say that so far the politics have been where they divide us. I hope that the politics comes and unite us, because there's so much power of a China, India, Pakistan, North Korea, South Korea, all coming together and creating this beautiful virtual world, because here we are building out a virtual world which will be without the government, right? We won't have the top-down hierarchical government, because and here we are in the virtual world. I think we'll be building a world which will be without the centralized banking structure. It will be decentralized finance, so and eventually maybe the virtual world, maybe we'll have DAOs, digital autonomous organizations, where the community will play a role. So it's such an exciting period to be alive in, and it's I think we should all stand up and play a role, because for the first time I think everybody's got the tool. Even a common man like me has got a tool to play a role in building that future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and please reach out to me if you think that we can partner or build something together.
Hi, good day, everyone. So this is One Way, and today I'm very happy to be sharing with you a slide on the metaverse in Asia, and in particular, how we can actually focus on the Asian market to increase the diversity, equity, and inclusion in the world. So hi, this is One Way. I am the CEO and co-founder of Ikigai Metaverse Collective. We specialize and we focus on the Asian region when it comes to the metaverse. So this is my metaverse avatar, and I look forward to sharing a lot of things with you today. So first, let's get started, right, with a definition of the metaverse. So what exactly is the metaverse? Is it Facebook? No, it's definitely not Facebook, even though, you know, Facebook calls itself Meta right now. Is the metaverse a game? Definitely the metaverse is not a game, because in a game, let's say if you are playing PUBG, you're supposed to kill everyone there, right? And then you win. In the metaverse, however, if you were to kill someone's $2 million avatar, and this avatar suddenly dies on the blockchain, the person is not going to be very happy, isn't it? So moving forward, it would be very interesting to see how the legal side of things pans out. And I guess that would be something to watch in the Asian region as well. So is metaverse a virtual world? The metaverse is actually more than a virtual world, because you can have a virtual world that is empty, that's a ghost town, right? But on the metaverse, community is essential. So we basically need the metaverse to be immersive, interactive, and social. Now, a lot of people get really afraid when it comes to the technology associated with metaverse, like your augmented reality, virtual reality, your extended reality, and your mixed reality. So here, let me say that don't be afraid of these emerging technologies, because these are the emerging technologies that really will help us all have a better user experience and help marketers tell a better story. Now, last but not least, who cares about Asia? So, you know, currently the metaverse discourse is really, really Western-centric. So in this presentation, hopefully, we will learn more about why Asia is important and why we should all care about it. So now this is a metaverse overview of major Asian countries. It's a recent report by Deloitte focusing on metaverse in Asia. So you have Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, mainland China, Taiwan, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, India, Pakistan. Asia is a really, really diverse region, okay? And there is so much richness in the culture, in the language, in ways of doing things. So they're also very, very rapidly growing. For example, right now I'm in Japan, and it's amazing like how even on the streets, we see AR and VR being used already just in everybody's life, right? So each Asian country has their own unique contribution to the metaverse space, like we can see here. And if you see on this side, right, you will know that Asian are very young regions. Over 60% of the world's youth, aged between 15 and 24, live in Asia and Oceania. South Korea and China are leading the world in 5G deployment. And the 12 Asian countries in this study, featured right here, exported 81% of total value of cell phones and 75% of integrated circuits globally last year. India, the Philippines, and Pakistan are top destinations for IT outsourcing, which means they're really talented people, coders in these regions. And 1.3 billion mobile gamers across Asia, the biggest mobile player base worldwide. So as we move towards metaverse, we move towards blockchain gaming, we move towards esports, Asia is the region to watch. And it has so much potential if we want to talk about diversity, equity, inclusion in the metaverse. So let me have two spotlights in this deck that I want to share with everyone. The first one is digital humans. You see this pretty lady right over here. Surprise, she's not actually real. She's actually 100% AI. And the technology used is GAN, Generation Adversarial Network Technology, and 3D CG. So her name is Tayuga Saya. So in this Asia region, we are seeing a rise in virtual humans and digital humans. If you look at it, right, this is a Gartner hype cycle for emerging technology. It's the same, right? Metaverse and digital humans, they will reach the plateau in more than 10 years. So our runway in 10 years' time is exciting because right now the technology is already taking shape. We're already seeing really realistic AI. And guess what? Even if the AI is not very realistic, like avatar format, this is an example of Blackpink. They went on Zepeto, which is South Korea's largest metaverse gaming platform, and 13 million number of Blackpink items have been sold on Zepeto as of August. This is the power of avatars and digital humans. And things that are being sold are like the avatars of Blackpink wall, like you can see here, right? So Zepeto has around 300 million users registered on their platform, and that is big. So when we want to talk about mass adoption, really it is the usage of popular culture plus emerging technology will make the masses want to learn more about Web3 and the metaverse. Of course, you can see like virtual influencers like Kyra. She is a 21-year-old meta influencer from Mumbai, and she has more than 162,000 followers on Instagram. So according to one of the influencer marketing agency, the virtual influencer market is valued at $4.6 billion in 2018, and the projected compound growth rate will exceed 26% from 2019 to 2025. That is incredible growth rate. So the second thing I want to talk about the metaverse is really to focus on what each country is doing in Asia. So this is a screenshot from Baidu. It is the Chinese metaverse called Xirang. And that's the virtual human again as a news broadcaster. So, it's really crazy because the statistics show that cities and companies in Asia are vying to ride a new tech wave worth an estimated $1.1 trillion by 2024. You have Hyundai in South Korea. They embrace the metaverse at a corporate level, holding a virtual recruitment drive and their party, their own in the metaverse. Then, of course, Baidu created Xirang, and it's really impressive. You can integrate it with your VR headset, and you can basically go shopping in Xirang already. So in India is interesting because Polyversity was launched, and it actually features India's various technical education institutions and options. So this gives a lot of educational power to the students and teachers alike. And you have a startup which creates the country's first gaming metaverse. In Thailand, they ran this really interesting durian campaign to allow tourists to explore virtual durian orchards and collect tokens and vouchers to be exchanged for the real thing when they visit Thailand. So the telco also opened a virtual shopping mall, B Avenue. So all these are like really targeted at the masses. So we will see a booming scene really, really soon. Taipei, so Taiwan, They are really, really big on education. They are investing $53.5 billion for schools to equip classrooms with metaverse-related technologies and train teachers how to use virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. So HTC also debuted the first metaverse phone. It comes with digital assets wallet and VR headset pairing feature. So this one really is how we link the software to the hardware, which is also very important because most of us do not own a VR headset. So by doing this, it really makes it more, makes metaverse technologies more accessible to people like yourself and myself in Asia. So South Korea, it really invested 3.9 billion won to become the first city in the world to fully enter the metaverse by 2026. And Zepeto has 300 million users, as we seen just now. Blackpink ran a concert and many concerts actually there, and to huge success. So for China, cities from Shanghai and Beijing to Shenzhen and Wuhan released 5-year development plans to encourage the use of the metaverse and also the development of virtual humans. We also see that search engine Baidu created the first Chinese metaverse known as Xirang. In Singapore, we also know that DBS actually became the first bank in Singapore to enter the sandbox. And whether this is a PR campaign or is it something really to drive engagement, we have to wait and see, right? Overall, Singapore is establishing itself as a really good country to be in if one wants to develop the metaverse or develop startups related to the metaverse. This is what Singapore wants to do. So my point here is that we have to focus in Asia because Asia, as I've shown you in this presentation, is a very diverse region. So if you want to go into a diversity, equity, and inclusion, Asia is the best place to start. The next one is that language barriers in Asia traditionally can now finally be overcome with virtual humans powered by GPT-3 technology, cutting-edge AI technology. And this is powerful because previously the underprivileged people or underemployed people in Asia, they might have limited or no access to knowledge and resources. And now they finally can have access. So why not make use of emerging technology to give more talented people, hardworking people in Asia the access so that we can collectively, further the industry. And Asia is full of so many opportunities, so many creative, innovative people. So why not we explore these opportunities together? So I hope you have learned something from my talk today regarding Asia region and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Feel free to please join the group that Ikigai has prepared for you. The first group is on the metaverse in Asia. And the second LinkedIn group is on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the metaverse. So highly welcome everyone to join. So this is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to drop me a LinkedIn message, drop it in the groups. And thank you so much for your time today.
Greetings, GatherVerse. I am Kay Pogek-Vasey, founder and CEO of MeshMinds, and today I'm going to share with you how Asian tigers are getting ready to roar in the metaverse. More specifically, I want to share with you how metaverse technologies could change the way we teach and learn in Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, and beyond. First up, a bit about me and MeshMinds. I am half Singaporean and half English, and I'm a tech lawyer turned creative entrepreneur. The MeshMinds Foundation is a registered not-for-profit arts organisation focused on empowering artists in Asia to advance the sustainable development of people in our planet. The work of the Foundation is supported by the creative technology consultancy services of our digital agency, MeshMinds. We have partnered with the United Nations Environment Programme, UNESCO, Meta and Apple on a variety of groundbreaking projects exploring how we can protect our culture and the environment in the digital age. We design and develop collaborations, campaigns and conversations that educate, enable and empower creators to use frontier technology for good. We fund original creative content using our expertise in XR technologies, gaming and short-form videos. And we are building Asia's first Learn and Earn community for purpose-led creative entrepreneurs and sustainability advocates to understand how to use technology to find new audiences and share their important messages with the world. Looking forward, with the dawn of Web3, I am committed to enabling a metaverse for people and planet. I offer strategic consultancy, expertise, advocacy, and my network covering XR creation and production, metaverse pedagogy, digital sustainability, digital transformation, and the future of art and creativity. Over the last 5 years, MeshMinds has partnered with global organizations to design creative technology programs in Singapore, China, and Thailand that educate, enable, and empower creators to learn frontier technologies such as AR and VR, reach new audiences with their messages for people and planet, and earn more at the same time. Our network of XR education experts is focused on how we can use AR and VR technologies, which are entry points to the metaverse, to transform teaching and learning in Asia. Before we go further, let's define metaverse technologies. XR, or extended reality, is a catch-all term for immersive technologies such as augmented, virtual, and mixed reality that can be considered as those entry points that I was mentioning to the metaverse. The opportunities for this next iteration of the internet are exciting, especially for learning. In the metaverse, we imagine students building skills and exploring shared virtual spaces without the boundaries of the physical world. Research in this space is also showing positive and promising results on learning impacts and outcomes. For example, in a study by Accenture, learners recall more when using virtual teaching methods than with traditional methods, resulting in a 76% increase in learning effectiveness. And in another study, 70% of university students claim that AR improved their learning experience and escalated the pace of getting a grasp on the subject. Before we dive into what has been happening in Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea, I want to share with you a video that, whilst being an advert, provides a glimpse of how the metaverse could transform teaching and learning in the not-so-distant future.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day, this lecture hall will be made of code. And though they're virtual students, what they'll learn together is real. A surgeon will be able to practice as many times as needed in the metaverse before laying her hands on a real patient. These students aren't really back in 32 BCE, but they can still watch Mark Antony debate in ancient Rome. The metaverse may be virtual, but the impact will be real.
Put simply, the metaverse is here to stay. It has the potential to transform the way we teach, learn, play, socialize, and work. Metaverse technologies may be useful in reimagining how learning is done, if grounded in the realities of what they can and cannot do. Collectively, a more informed community of educators, content creators, and developers will enable institutions of all sizes to broaden learning opportunities regardless of subject matter or teaching methodology, and prepare our societies and people for what is to come. So, my thought of the day is, what if the intersection of culture, environment, education, and metaverse technologies could offer a chance to reboot the future of humanity and our planet? And for today's short presentation, I want to share with you what has been going on in the education space when it comes to thinking about how the metaverse has the potential to transform young minds in Asia. First up, Singapore. According to a Statista survey, 77% of young Singaporeans are interested in meeting other people to shop, work, or socialize in a virtual 3D space. And now I'd like to share a couple of projects that MeshMinds has produced. My Favorite Days is a 35-page AR storybook centered on the heartwarming interaction between a little girl and her grandfather on a journey of discovery. It aims to inspire young readers to imagine a future where technology improves lives and changes the jobs that we see today. The book was commissioned by the Singapore government digital arm, Smart Nation, and Meta to benefit the young people supported by the charity Touch Community Services. It is readable with or without the AR experience, and in part covers unique elements of Singapore hawker culture, which is now on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage list. Clean Seas, on the right, is an interactive AR workbook made in collaboration with the Apple Education team, which guides children to learn about marine pollution through creating simple AR experiences. The workbook is currently developed for the iPad, leveraging on free apps on the App Store. The project was selected by Apple for showcasing to the CEO, Tim Cook, an interactive session in the Apple Store on Orchard Road in Singapore, and it was later presented at the AR in Arts Education Conference to over 150 Ministry of Education teachers as part of a series of online workshops. As a result, the Ministry of Education is now working to include digital drawing and AR into the Singapore Arts curriculum from 2024. Tim Cook said to me at the time, "This is exactly what we want Apple technology to be used for." And now for a couple of things that have caught my attention from Hong Kong. So first up, the Sandbox is a Hong Kong-owned community-focused metaverse built on the Ethereum blockchain, which issues its own in-metaverse cryptocurrency called Sand. The Sandbox boasts over 40 million downloads and 1 million monthly active users. Pretty incredible stuff. And in other news, Hong Kong University has set up a long-term development plan for its metaverse campus. Initially, it will install physical infrastructures such as XR classrooms, sensors, cameras, and visualization tools. And at the same time, it's going to invite university members to take part in a crowdsourced scanning of the physical campuses, and it's going to help provide images for the virtual campus. And once that ecosystem has been established, members are going to be able to create content such as their avatars, NFTs, tokens, and even digital art. And in fact, some of this may even be incorporated with AR for viewing on physical campuses. And in the future, the university expects even administrative procedures to become easier through Web3 applications. For example, they're considering blockchain-secured diplomas or even transcripts awarded as NFTs. So now let's take a look at Taiwan. Did you know that in 3 of the 4 years since the prestigious Venice Film Festival started a competition for VR films, Taiwan-made works have received the 3rd most nominations in the VR category, 7 out of a total of 39 works, behind only the US and the UK. Art Reimagined is a project by Meta that brings together traditional artists with technologists. MeshMinds designed the incubation program to pair artists with technologists to create AR and VR experiences focused on protecting Taiwanese culture in the digital age. And here you can see one of the artists, a Taiwanese musician called Abao. We worked with her to transform her Taiwanese wedding song into an interactive AR experience that allowed visitors to the space to dance with Abao's virtual avatar and feel closer to her music, story, and culture. And last but not least, let's take a look at South Korea. Did you know that South Korea will nurture 40,000 professionals and 220 companies specialized in metaverse technology to achieve its goal of becoming the 5th largest country in the global metaverse market by 2026? When Art Reimagined was brought to Korea, a key focus was on the preservation of Korean music via a band called Gongmyeong, who make their traditional instruments and play them in layered ensembles. MeshMinds worked with Meta to create an interactive experience that allows people to toggle on and off the different instruments, learning their names and how they sound in the process. We also then created a series of lesson plans that show how to incorporate the AR experiences into a holistic learning journey. We must remember, however, that AR and VR technologies are there to enhance and augment learning and not to completely replace traditional methods. Sadly, we've come to the end of my presentation today, but the dawn of Web3 and the mainstreaming of the metaverse is only just beginning. So, I would like to leave you with news that the Meta Immersive Learning Academy just launched in Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Singapore and Taiwan, with local creators sharing case studies in their own language. And further, MeshMinds has been working hard to create teacher training programs that help educators to bring AR into the classroom using MetaSpark and Apple's Reality Composer. It's not going to be long before you really hear the roar of Asian creators in the metaverse. Thank you so much for your attention today. Please connect with me on LinkedIn at kvasey or via meshminds.com, and together, let's enable a metaverse for people and planet.
When I was growing up, I was told that if I wanted to learn about technology, I had to study science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But when I got a job in the technology field, I learned that I should have paid more attention in social studies. I should have taken a few history classes, because much of the ways in which technology is being applied today comes directly from the world of power. It comes from the world of politics. And so my goal today is to tell you a little bit about the background behind the AI Sputnik revolution and how that impacts metaverse education today. Hey, I'm Dr. Ed. I'm just a geek kid who was shown a little bit of mercy when he was caught cheating by his French language arts teacher. It was creativity that took me out of my slump and enabled me to get my PhD in computer science. And it helped me work in the last 15 years on building up creativity of students in the field of education and technology. Now, I'm going to be sharing 3 different aspects related to metaverse education. The first is I'm going to talk about the AI Sputnik crisis. And then I'm going to talk about technology and politics and why those are important. And then finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about the future of metaverse education. So let's get right into it. To start, I want to talk to you about the AI Sputnik crisis. Many of you are already familiar with the Sputnik crisis, where we had the first satellite around the Earth. It meant that America was no longer leading in terms of technology. They were very much behind, and this caused a concern, a national political concern. And what happened as a result of the Sputnik crisis was a very big shift in the world of education, a lot of investment in education, the creation of NASA, the exploration of space. And we all know how things turned out. They turned out quite well, of course, for America. And in the same way, China experienced its own Sputnik crisis. In the AI Superpowers book by Kai-Fu Lee, he refers to this AI Sputnik crisis when Lee Sedol, the Go champion, was defeated against Google's AlphaGo. And it taught many people, especially the decision makers in China, that AI could beat some of the best, like some of the smartest people that they know, and it would do things that they thought computers would never be able to do. And this was a real crisis moment in China, and it resulted in a dramatic shift in the education system there. And so now you'll see many young learners who are learning artificial intelligence in kindergarten. They're doing a curriculum that goes all the way up to grade 12. And by the time they graduate just from public school, they'll already be experts in the field of artificial intelligence. So you might ask, well, why study the topic of AI? What's the big deal anyways? And like I said earlier, artificial intelligence is power. It's power on the internet. It decides who gets what, where, when, and how. And this is no longer a decision made by people. If you are one of the 50% of Gen Z who is freelancing, these decisions are made by an AI. So as we start getting into the metaverse, we have to recognize that we're increasingly moving to a world of AI, where computers are going to decide who gets their resume shown on the system, which social media posts gets promoted. And we have to recognize that these systems are trained with a significant amount of bias. And those who understand what the AI is looking for will have a huge advantage compared to those who do not. And the thing I'll also add is we need to look at, well, why is the technology used in that way? We, of course, have this unlimited access to social media on a regular basis after you're 13 years of age and older. However, in China, for those under 13, there are new restrictions. Video games you're only allowed to use for a few hours on the weekend. And when it comes to social media, there's restrictions on the use of social media after 10 p.m. all the way till 6 a.m. So there's no late night social media binges as mandated by the government. So in addition to the venture funding that is going into AI companies in China, we're seeing the impact of the policies that are made by the big tech companies themselves. So for example, we've got whistleblowers such as Sophie Zhang and Frances Haugen, that Facebook was being used to influence voting, and it was used to target specific groups of people, and it was negatively impacting the mental health of youths. And so the issue that a lot of parents speak to me about is this notion of being sedated. Our kids are being sedated by the technology. And we need to use the technology more for relating with each other and for creating the future that we want. And so that's where I come up with the phrase, don't sedate, relate to create. Next, I'm talking about technology and politics. A few years ago, I had the opportunity of participating in a masterclass of thought leaders in educational technology. People involved with the original versions of Logo, students of Marvin Minsky, and the researchers who brought us the One Laptop Per Child project. And one of the things that they mentioned was they regretted that even though they had the greatest of intentions, many of their visions didn't become the reality that they were expecting. And a lot of the reasons that they cited for their failure was a failure to understand the world of politics. With one particular political administration, everything was good. But then they got voted out and things changed. People wanted something different. And so the investments in, say, the One Laptop Per Child project switched, and it got changed, and it didn't grow from that point. So these well-intentioned technologies struggled, and it made me think that if we are not in the GatherVerse considering the political determinants, the political factors when it comes to technology, then it's going to be difficult for us to lead towards a metaverse that is different from the status quo. Like I said, power is this ability to determine who gets what, where, when, and how on the internet. And we need to ask the question of, well, who are the current winners? Because much of their goals is to stay in power. And when we do this, we have an understanding of why the algorithms or the AI is trained and set up the way that they are. Why do they end up doing harm to these particular groups? And so really, if we want to move towards ethical AI, and this is a big challenge, we can see like many big tech companies disposing of they're some of the first people let go these ethical AI teams and departments because they're often perceived as working against the goals of the company, which of course is to profit, make more money, and to keep them in their positions of power with the minimal amount of regulation possible. And so until we change the rules, I don't expect that we're going to see much different in the world of the metaverse. And so what do I mean by how can we change the rules? Well, companies often refer to data as the new oil. But for most of us in the metaverse, data is the new vote, and AI is the new law. This is, as a digital citizen, you can choose to give your data to certain big tech companies or not. You can choose to decide which tech devices and apps best align with your morals, your values, and your principles. You don't need to use a platform just because it's popular. So my parents asked me, well, why not just work, make some money, and then go and live your life the way that you want? And I responded, well, I can do that. And I can do quite well for myself. I worked in the fields of UX and in AI, which have become more important in recent years. But I've realized that when we only look after ourselves, our family, and those immediately close to us, the issues, the broader systemic issues of racism, inequality, and hate, they don't go away. In fact, they get worse. AI is this winner takes all technology. And what we're realizing in AI is it's not the smartest algorithms that seem to be winning, it's the ones with the most data. And so when you have more people and more data, you just have better results. And so this means that China's going to have a major advantage in the area of AI simply because they have more people, which means more data. And so now let's think about education in the metaverse. While not every student will become a programmer in the future, every student will use AI. Every time they do a search on the internet, they watch a video and apply for a job. Success in the future will depend on your ability to optimize your work for like search engine optimization for the AI systems. And we need a method to teach about AI in a way that ensures that our most disadvantaged students don't get left behind. Remote learning can be very helpful if you have parental support, but our most disadvantaged students often don't have the help that they need. Now, I served as the founding school council chair for the largest K-9 online school in Alberta. Having my child in online learning helped me understand the importance of hands-on peer learning. Our brains are very efficient. We can watch YouTube videos all day and not remember anything if we don't use what we learn right away. And I'm hoping that we can take these same lessons into the education in the metaverse. Now, I've been running AI parenting for a few years to teach the social studies version of AI. My approach is to start a science, technology, robotics, engineering, art, and math, or a STREAM academy that specifically talks about the social implications of robotics in our lives. I want to use a hybrid approach to learning that involves creating tangible robots at an order of magnitude less cost than existing educational solutions. This approach requires us to think about manufacturing at scale from the get-go. We need a cost-efficient base material to make hybrid learning equitable. And I'm proposing the use of wood because it's natural, it's easy to work with, and biodegradable. There are already companies that can manufacture wooden learning STEM kits at scale. So for example, just yesterday, my youngest made this little elevator. And it was something that he proudly wanted to share with family. It just moves up and it moves down, as you can see. And so AI parenting stream kits like this become a powerful tool for learning about robotics outside of the school environment. The cost is low enough that each student in a classroom could take one home. And given that education in the US is measured by performance and curriculum standards, we need to align with the goals of the decision makers, like especially those who are policymakers in education, like the government. So that's why we're adding engaging videos, lesson plans, and activities that complement the standards that teachers need to teach and are evaluated on. But my secret goal is that I also want to sneak in lessons about AI that will help children for the rest of their lives. And so my plan is to offer this as a monthly description or a subscription. And if you want to learn a little bit more, you can go and visit aiparenting.live. We have a free email list that you can sign up for. I want to thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Ed for aiparenting.live. We'll see you in the next one.
Hello everyone. Thank you for joining me here. Thank you for attending my talk on metaverses, the future of metaverses, and of course the accessibility and democratization of metaverses. So firstly, of course, I like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's such a pleasure being here among you guys and getting a chance to express my viewpoints on metaverse and share my knowledge through the past couple of years I've been involved in metaverses. So I'll quickly start off by sharing my screen and just I'll put out a small presentation that I've built for this event and just a few scribble of thoughts and how what my certain viewpoints on some certain way ahead are. So just to start a quick introduction about myself, I'm Vaidin Sharma and I'm one of the co-founders at Metafi Labs, which is a metaverse as service-based company and where we have a premium service offerings. We're building premium metaverses, and apart from that, we are also working towards building our own metaverse as service-based product to further further our cause of democratizing the metaverse. We were also recently acquired by Jet Synthesis, which is one of the biggest gaming firms in India, and through this synergy, it gives us an even stronger hand to make our vision into a reality. Apart from that, I'm also a serial entrepreneur, and I part own a couple of other companies. And on a personal side, I am a firm supporter and I am very deep into philanthropy and humanitarian efforts. I am also a humanitarian award, humanitarian awards awardee with GMAG and United Nations. And yeah, let's start ahead with the agenda for today, which is sorry, which is metaverse and the democratization of deep tech. So before we actually start, I just want to share a couple of thoughts in the current versions of metaverses and how this democratization, although it's a word and metaverse as a word is being passed around, but in realer terms, this is something which is right now a luxury to the top brands itself. It's something which is seen as a luxury because it's not something which is accessible to every user who wants to be a part of the metaverse. Although even from there are a lot of hiccups from the end user as well as the brand from the brand perspective as well. Right now, metaverse, the current state of metaverse resides in these big brands having their, their big pockets, and of course they are being able to afford the resources. They are being able to afford a campaign which is totally driven towards the passing around the hype term, and kind of building their metaverses for a certain, it could either be a shoot, it could either be a product launch or something like that. It's more of a very campaign based system which these big players have the affordability and the accessibility to. Now, quickly moving on this. So, what is metaverse? So, as I previously mentioned, metaverse is a luxury which is not accessible to everyone. But we are building a metaverse as service, which would be essentially a unified platform for infrastructure, for APIs, for low-code tools, for creating and essentially deploying branded metaverses through a couple of clicks, and just an end-to-end system of metaverses which you can just customize, you can deploy, and you can scale according to your own need all throughout all of the product tools which we are building up. So in simpler terms, as we can say, we might say we position ourselves as the Shopify for metaverses, for games and Web3 applications, where our core ideologies are based around the experience, the value, and 100% the engagement. Wherein the experience part, the experience of gamification, the experience of immersion, the experience of simulated reality, of course, the value being the digital identity, and that state of digital persona, or that personalization, or that personal emotional connect which somebody has within the metaverse. The possibility of enabling commerce through through an enhanced experience, the of interoperability with these web 3.0, these NFTs, and all of these crypto tokens as well, as and when needed for us. And lastly, the engagement, where the ability to hyper personalize according to your brand values, the ability to have that sense of social connect, where the people are social. Let's just say, in some example, are able to social shop, and if there is a social or a community factor which is linked to it. And lastly, of course, the ability to have an omni-channel view, where we are not directly trying to sway away the good factors of Web 2.0 which are there, which includes the heavy inclusion of multiple channels and how smoothly these channels are built together, but rather we want to build something which has the best of both worlds, the experience of metaverses along with the accessibility of Web 2.0, or the current form of internet which is there. Now, quickly moving on, let's just spend a couple of minutes on the timeline of internet and how it has grown, and where is actually the need for this next revolution of internet and this internet 2.0, as we may say. So, although internet started essentially around 1969, but as we might all agree on, and maybe a lot of us might have also experienced it, the mainstream adoption of internet came somewhere around the late 90s or early 2000s, wherein as per the data points and as per the quantitative data which is available, there's somewhere around 300 million people who were officially a part of the internet in 2000s. So when we say a part of the internet, this also includes being involved in one form or the another. It could either be just through emails. It could either be through some blogs or just one way, HTML pages which were non-interactive, and they were just a flow of information which was just unidirectional. And now, as we see in 2022, in the current state of internet, there are somewhere around 5 billion people who are online. And again, looking at this graph of the history of web, how it has grown from 1990 to actually 2020 or 22, or where is it right now? The first focus was based around a unidirectional viewpoint wherein there were basic HTML and emails which were transferred and which were passed around. The second web movement, which was massively popular and gained its mainstream adoption in almost around 2000s. It was more information centric, and it was something which brought about that dual connection and that bi-directional connection between the users and the end websites and the pages which are hosted out. Now, as it's seen in 2020 plus, the Web3 is something which is more user centric, where it's more focused around the security, the experience, the privacy, the decentralization. And throughout all this, throughout the timelines of internet which we have seen is, in the past 2 decades, the internet has grown to to a huge extent, from 300 million people to 5 billion people, to everybody now being a part of in one way or another being a part of internet. But there has been a certain bit of stagnancy when it comes to how internet has iterated over the years, or how internet has grown over the years. I mean, apart from the community or the people involved, but more from the experience and the immersiveness which was more kind of involved. So, as you know, the first revolution kind of brought in when there was a two-way exchange, and hence people felt a need to interact, and people kind of felt a need of personalization because they had a voice. But since the past 2 decades, this has been more or less been the same. And when we talk about the need where metaverse would actually, bring about a change, and metaverse is actually the need of the hour, is this transition in the immersiveness, the personalization, and the need for people actually being involved and immersed in what they are actually experiencing, rather than that thing just being something which is just a bit dynamic in the sense of experience, to a sense where they are involved in what they are doing in the internet, and they are responsible for what they are doing into the internet, and that done through an experience where they are living the moment as it happens. And as I personally see it, this current era is the 2000s of metaverse, wherein it is something which has started kind of gaining traction. Now, of course, internet grew massively after the iPhone was released, because it brought about that mobile revolution where you were able to use internet into your mobile as well. And progressively, how I see metaverse is also kind of aligned to grow within the next 5 to 10 years. Within this decade, there would be massive changes, there would be massive developments, and through like companies like like even putting MetaFi Labs in the picture again, through companies like us which are focused around revolutionizing rather than riding the hype, and rather than actually being just a part of a very transient process. We are more focused on the persistence of this technology, and a few a dozen more companies like us is something which would shape the future for tomorrow, and the adoption of metaverses and the accessibility of metaverses. Now, moving on, what is actually the problem when we talk about the metaverse solution right now? What is the problem that is being faced right now? So first and foremost, the metaverse is actually quite complex to build and manage. It demands a lot of infrastructure costs. It demands a lot of, high-end resources which are needed, and it demands a lot of money. And of course, the cost requirement is huge, which is practically impossible for, a small medium enterprise or even a solopreneur or even some medium level brands and businesses to kind of enter into the metaverse. And it is equally complex to scale these metaverses, because as this is something which needs a lot of computation requirements, the scaling actually kind of the scaling is massively cost dependent, and then the scaling actually it kind of affects your cost in a major manner and grows exponentially. And to the limited interaction and accessibility to metaverses which is currently there, that is being done through these 4 or 5 centralized third party platforms which are there. But then again, for them there is no proper business preposition which is there. It's more of a campaign based thing and a transient thing which is there, where even the this interaction is intermediated by these third parties. There's no ownership over the data, there's no ownership over the content, there is no certain ways to measure these business KPIs. There's no certain way to align these things into your business model, into their business strategies, rather than just this thing being a small display of their any marketing campaign. The longer term view of in kind of enabling metaverse into their business strategy, and potentially having a persistent system of metaverses which is being used all across every platform, that is something which is not there right now. And lastly, of course, there in terms of the revenue generation, there are very reduced margins because of these platform commissions, these fees, and of course them being the intermediators and controlling all of the how the cash is flowing, how the revenue is flowing, and limited ways of revenue generation at this point. So as we have just talked about the problem, what according to me personally is something which would be the solution. So when I talk about the solution of this, and again the need of the hour, which is metaverse access globally, and how does this happen? So as you might know, although metaverse and the biggest barrier is the computation and the render requirement which is needed to have that experience in us. And how does this mass accessibility and how does this mass adoption take place? So just going through these couple of pointers which I put out. So first of all, we need to have an access through mobile and web portals, because in most of these places, apart from these first world countries, in most of the third world countries and some geographical places which do not have all of these access to all of these resources, for having an expectation, or for having a device which is capable enough to render the whole metaverse onto your system, that is something which seems like a major entry barrier into the metaverses. And with the seamless integration with mobile channels and web channels, I think that is something which would bring about a mainstream high points or mainstream inclusion into the metaverse. And secondly, of course, right now there needs to be a frictionless and a simple user journey. Right now, the user journey for any user to actually have an access to metaverse is something which is very complicated, and it has a lot of hiccups and a lot of steps which are involved. And the reducing the friction and making it as simple as just like a 1 + 1 = 2 is something which is needed at this point. Additionally, there is no ease of discoverability when it comes to metaverse experiences. the reason why these social platforms and people are so hooked to Instagram and all of these platforms is the easiness of discoverability. Or how easy is it to discover things of their own interest, or how easy is it to discover and live these experiences. But again, right now in metaverse, that is something which is not currently accessible, and that is something which is needed moving ahead. Apart from that, metaverse is something which is seen in parallel to the real world. And us having the opportunity or kind of us dealing with this in a way where, their real world is being replicated onto this virtual world, and kind of users having the opportunity to build their digital personas and live the life they have always wanted to live in the uh, in the real world, and having a proper mirror of who they are and who they want to be and how they want to be. This is something which is very much needed at this particular point. Apart from that, there is a need to have high interactability and a community based experience which is needed right now, because humans are known to be community or social animals, so they work well in communities. And the ability to have huge interactiveness and huge inclusion with their loved ones, with their friends, their family, and of course the people who share the same interest, that is something which would actually change the game when it comes to how metaverse is perceived. Apart from that, adding more on the geographical and the resource kind of limitation which third world countries are, the internet is something which is not accessible to every user in the third world countries. Even right now, the high speed internet and high bandwidth is something apart from just a highly developed nation. It's not something which is there in most of the other countries. And if we are thinking about a standard where metaverse is globally accessible and metaverse is globally available to every user at every part of the uh, of the world, of the globe itself, it needs to be tailored in both low bandwidth, and it's able to kind of render in 4G if needed, because right now half of the globe is working on 4G itself. And lastly, when it comes to payment, in most of these companies, the biggest deciding factor for people is the trust which is there into their payment channels, and of course the trust which has been built over a period of time. So the ability to have these interoperable channels of payment is something which would enable people to actually trust the form of you know the form of commerce which kind of takes place within the metaverse, and then it would trust the process that that what we are doing in this metaverse, all of the transaction or the economy which is going within this metaverse, is something which is being monitored by a trustable, you know, trustable agency which they have been trusting for the last decade, and of course, the possibility to having it interoperable with their, let's just say, if the decentralized tokens, or even if it's about the fiat currencies. So all in all, that was all, and that was all I had to mention in the terms of what my viewpoints in the metaverse are. I just shared some, how I think the next version of metaverse, or next inclusion of metaverse kind of looks like. I have also included how we at MetaFi and we as a team are kind of working very hard to make this thing into a reality. And lastly, thank you so much for bearing with me for almost around, I guess, 15-20 minutes now. And thank you so much for having me here. Hope to see you in the metaverse. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. GatherVerse, first of all, thank you so much for having me. My name is Chitra. I'm the CMO at Octagon Studio, and we are a tech company. We specialize in XR products and solutions. And today, I wanted to talk about how we can leverage XR technology to further define the edtech industry and also help bring a new face to the early childhood education. So I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Okay. So back when we started, we wanted to provide a solution for interactive learning that is effective and engaging for children using technology. And 7 years later, as early childhood education fades away into the era of homeschooling and digital native learners, there is still a continuous struggle for education sector to survive the shift, having its mainstream focus in the STEM curriculum. And also another aspect of it is obviously the affordability of pre-K education, which tends to make parents today skip that step, and therefore we have a massive decrease in the percentage of children being signed up to early childhood education. So, of course, while schools are hard to replace with non-conventional learning alternatives, we want to continue bringing the most fun, engaging, and also timeless interactive learning experience for children and parents and children and also educators using augmented reality and virtual reality technology. And so we pioneered the AR educational product segmentation with our 40 plus flashcard series. We're mostly known for our 40 plus flashcards. They are flashcards with different themes and different edutainment contents, which is the term that we love, edutainment. So we have a series on animals, we have one on space, dinosaur, we have one to teach children about human occupation, and we have a lot more now. Some of our core values, first of all, perhaps 3D asset quality. Like we craft our 3D models prioritizing quality excellence to ensure the best UX, user experience. We also do not want to degrade the quality of the visuals once it becomes augmented reality or augmentable, because we tend to find that in a lot of implementation or integration of contents when it is inside a mobile app, or when it's inside a when it's projected in a web AR manner too. So that's number one. Number two is the interactive visualizations. So the interactions between assets that we have in a few of our 40 plus flashcards also make our product a powerful learning tool, especially for children. And also our mobile apps, not only that they are free for downloads at the moment, both on App Store and Play Store, but they are also packed with engaging auditory learning. We use voiceovers that are also currently available in multiple languages inside the mobile apps. And our AR products, specifically the 40 plus flashcards, are also supplemented with lesson plan provided and validated in the UK, the US, and Finland, which I will also talk a little bit more going in. At the moment, we have around 10 million apps downloads and more or less 1 million of physical products sold globally. We are still best known for our Animal 40 plus, Space 40 plus, and Dinosaur 40 plus series. They are still the best sellers. People still like that the most. And we also have actually a few mobile apps that we license to our partners as well for them to use in their campaigns, in their products. And currently we have reached around 40 distribution networks, 40 regions around the world. And these are some retailers that have carried our products. And so going into this, I wanted to focus on two of our 40 plus series. First one is Animal 40 Plus. So I have the card here, Animal 40 Plus, a little bit about this, and also a little bit about our products in general, is that Animal 40 Plus is an alphabetical cards. We have two series that are alphabetical cards, which is Octaland, which is on human occupation, and also Animal 40 Plus. And inside the package, it also comes with food cards. These food cards are interactive with the animal cards. And a little bit also about our products is that all of our products will have an instruction card in that has a serial number at the back of the card. So that serial number actually functions to unlock all the features inside the apps. So you download the app, and then you open the app, and then you register the serial number inside the application, and it will unlock all the AR features and games inside the app. So we've worked with two organizations. We worked firstly with Techterra in the US, and also we've worked with Cocoa Education in Finland. And so we've conducted a few case studies to draw out. We draw out a few case studies and evaluate the usage of Animal 40 Plus in classroom format. So a few areas evaluated are, firstly, the subject, because these are alphabetical cards. There's a lot of activities using the alphabet cards as the base of the activities and also the learning for children. This is around age 3 to 7. So secondly, life and career. Here means that after using the flashcards for various activities, we saw how it helped children build environmental awareness, and also triggers children to support sustainability. And then learning and innovation. We analyze how the app helped bring out creative problem solving in children. And last but not least, the information and technology itself, the AR/VR essence in the apps. And the second series is Humanoid AR Plus. Actually, this app is different from our physical product. So here I have Humanoid 40 Plus. Inside the package, there is a user guide flyer. In here, there is also a serial number to unlock all the features in the app. But what's interesting is the serial number that you get from Humanoid 40 Plus, you can also use it in our other app called Humanoid AR Plus, which does not require a physical product to activate and play with it, but you have to still insert the serial number to unlock all the features. So basically, this is also interesting because it helps the technology. AR/VR itself helps make children to learn about the human anatomy, and obviously translating textbook materials into interactive visualization. In this one, we have a boy and also a girl option for human body, and then children can also learn about the 6 organs inside the human body and how they work in 3D animation and also in interactive learning as well. And I would like to play you a little video on Humanoid AR Plus. So where we're going from here onwards, we would like to obviously extend our 40 Plus series and also product range to further develop products that are not only functions as an educative learning tools for children, but also fun. And we want to pack it with more gamification inside the application. Our target users are Generation Alpha at the moment, digital native learners, obviously. And we want to also extend the product range to a multiplayer products, playing cards, board games, AR storytelling book, things like that. And to show you a little bit of what we do at Octagon Studio, these are some key projects that we have done previously with our partners. We've co-branded AR flashcards for children with Discovery Mind Blown. And then we also license our app called Wear 4D Plus for partners to use to scan AR wearables. And also we provide web AR solutions for enterprises as well, which is a web-based solution for augmented reality without having to download any app. And this is another key project that we would like to highlight. Maybe this is an example of how we utilize app to bring an immersive learning for children. So we did this project with the UK Space Agency in the creation of their app called AR Adventure in Space. Basically, the app functions, it offers an experience of interning in the International Space Station. So I'm going to show you a little bit on this one. I might skip this a little bit because it's a little too long, but I wanted to show how there is a quiz, a little bit of gamification inside the app to show children, introduce to children various occupation in the space industry that is not just an astronaut. So like astronaut is not the only thing that you can be when you wanted to become, when you wanted to be in the space industry. So we also created the VR models from scratch. These are 3D.
This is PMA-1, the pressurized mating adapter number 1.
So, and then also within Octagon Studio, just a little bit about what we are currently developing. We have a few business units currently under development. We have a web AR platform called Argonauts. We have a dedicated team inside Octagon Studio, also developing an IP from Octaland series, which is deriving from the 4D Plus series Octaland, and then creating an IP out of it, and also a virtual gallery platform to curate virtual art exhibitions with ARable artworks. And then we also have a modular system called Augmented Reality Multiplayer System, which we call Octagon Arms. It's an early stage development of this system that enables creations of multiplayer activities in augmented reality. So we've used this app, the system on our dinosaur assets, and we created a multiplayer game themed paleontology. It's a puzzle game. So this is also something that we wanted to implement and develop further moving forward, because this can also function as a multiplayer learning activities in classrooms or even online. That's it for me today. Thank you so much for having me once again. Please connect with us and connect with me and the team, and I'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to GatherVerse. My name is Aditya Mani, and I am the founder of an app called Yologram. And what we do is we bring fashion to your avatar. So we're a direct to avatar fashion company that brings brands to your avatar. And what is an avatar, you ask? So, as we're moving into the metaverse, we're moving into a new reality, which is 3D. You're going to get increasingly more dependent on seeing it from 360 and seeing it from 3D to be able to move your head from left to right. And when you're inside these virtual worlds, whether they're augmented or totally virtual worlds, you want to see characters in 3D. You don't want to see them as flat cardboard cutouts, which is what typically a camera feed can do. So you'd want to be replaced with something like a 3D character that you'd see on, say, Pixar or any of the cartoons that we're aware of. And this is the kind of embodiment that we can have in addition to the kind of embodiment that we can have as a realistic or as a cartoon human. You could even be an animal, or you could be a fantasy character. And the topic that I'm going to talk about is really about do these avatars, do they allow us to create a new equality out there? So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So my talk is about, can avatars create a new playing field? So the way it works is people are defining the metaverse as the next big thing. So every time a new disruptive element comes out, there's a new playing field, because the things that let you win in the previous world will not let you win in this new world, because the rules are different. The rules of engagement are different. The rules of competing are different. So those tricks won't work. In fact, with Web3, people say even having a whole lot of money with you in the old world won't really work in Web3, because there are different ways in which you're going to compete to move up in Web3. So what really is the metaverse? The metaverse is really about humans engaging with each other. And it's very important to remember that, whether you're thinking of it from a 3D paradigm, a 2D paradigm, or cartoonish paradigm, or a augmented reality. It's really more meaningful, and there's more traction in it when there are humans at the other side of it. Although we will be interacting with non-player characters, which are NPCs, which are AI-driven, but largely it becomes more meaningful when there's a human on the other side. It's going to be our bridge between physical and digital, and it's going to be our virtual connection with phygital. Now that sounds like a lot, but basically you're going to have phygital equivalents of everything, and our connection with the phygital equivalents of everything is going to be through the metaverse. So our metaverse is going to be our way, our medium of connecting, and just like how we put on the TV or how we put on our phones, we're going to use some medium of connecting, and the metaverse is really where we're going to be entering into seeing everything phygital that we own. And purely from a technical angle, it's nothing but a collection of virtual worlds. And in case you're wondering what a virtual world is, it's nothing but just a collection of avatars and assets and environments. So, there are these 3D worlds which are created, which are called environments. So for example, in this image you see, there's a room, and the room could be called an environment. So it could either be a skybox, or it could be a photorealistic creation, which is an architectural creation. And there could be things inside it called assets of EDAs, and these could be either playable or non-playable assets. So for example, you see a TV there, you could technically have a little button on it and it shows you something from YouTube. There's a guitar lying there, it could be something that's playable that your avatar could pick up and play. There's a couch there that your avatar could sit on. At the same time, there could be non-playable things. So for example, the table, you'll probably not be able to do anything with the table. You probably won't be able to pick up assets on the table. That's typically a non-playable asset. So I'll talk a little bit more about what avatars are, but these virtual worlds are rather large multiplayer kind of games. They're often immersive. We all know the examples out there, which is like Roblox, Fortnite, Horizons, and Decentraland, even though they're not metaverses by themselves. But each one of these virtual worlds, in the promise of the metaverse, we should be able to move from one to another using digital identity and digital wallets and interportable avatars. And that's what connects all these virtual worlds into one, the metaverse as we're going to know it in the future. So what really are avatars? And I showed you a couple of those cartoonish animal avatars where I replaced my face on. But basically, it could be either a 2D or a 3D. It could be a PFP, it could be a profile picture. but it's basically a representation of ourselves and also a representation of our likes and dislikes as well. So, there could be certain brands that you'd like to wear on your avatar, that be certain kind of colors you'd like to wear on your avatar, certain kinds of backgrounds you'd like to click your avatar in. So all of these are going to add up to what your avatar is. And these are really a collection of all our likes and dislikes. And what we've seen increasingly was in social media is that we really care about how our social media image looks. So we're really going to be caring about how these avatars look in the future. So the spectrum of avatars can go from the realism side, right from cinematic, which could be, like the Marvel movies that we've seen, where you have a character with an incredible amount of high fidelity, like the Incredible Hulk, or you can see any of the Marvel characters out there, right to any of these cartoonish kind of representations, which could be as beautiful as some of the Pixar cartoon characters, or it could be something a little more lo-fi and which loads up faster in a virtual world for multiplayer. So think of Decentraland, or think of any of the 3D characters that load up in these multiplayer environments, which are meant to handle multiple players at the same time. Avatars don't necessarily have to be 3D, so you could have 2D representations. So there are a lot of avatars which are present today, which are rigged and animation ready, which are 2D. And then in terms of embodiment, it could be just a face only avatar, like the ones I showed you of the different animals. It could be a full body avatar, and the body again doesn't have to be humanoid. So it could be a human. It could be a bipedal, two-legged avatar with a tail. It could be a four-legged or a multi-legged. It could be like an octopus. So that's the level of creativity the embodiment can have as well. And once we're so creative in the way we're representing ourselves, you have to have a certain layer of trust in the metaverse, and that's kind of given to you by the blockchain, and that's given to you by certifying that this particular avatar is you, and this particular avatar is verified by a verification system. Now, think about identities that carry a photograph and identities that don't. So think about your social security number, which doesn't carry a photograph, and think about your passport that carries a photograph. Both are valid identities, but one of them links to a 2D representation of yourself. One of them links to all the data about yourself. And it's often that both of these are connected to each other, but really your identity can be locked and certified without having to expose the way you look in real life. So I can have my identity verified without actually having a photograph of mine shared on the blockchain. So that's the power in which I can kind of have a sense of anonymity with a certified avatar or a certified kind of identity. And why is it important to have this? So, think about you feeling very strongly about something, whether it's a political matter or a social matter, and you're okay sharing that with your friends, but maybe there are neighbors out there who have a different view, who you'd want to still be friendly with, but you'd want to be reserved about how you feel very strongly about certain things. Think about how your boss or your colleagues would feel about certain issues and how they would judge you. So, this kind of anonymity has been known for years by, famous writers, activists, people who've tried to challenge the status quo, and people who've tried to challenge anti-establishment. But that's something that's going to be a requirement for each one of us. When you want to stand up for something, peacefully protest for something, you'd want the anonymity also present. At the same time, you want it certified. So you don't want trolling to happen, that because someone is hiding behind anonymity, that someone can misuse that. So you want that there's a sense of trust. At the same time, that sense of trust doesn't really reveal who you are, but it does verify that this is a real person, and this is a person who we can verify, and we can tell you is certified. He or she is certified. So when we're talking about this new level playing field, what we're really coming up with is a new inclusive kind of environment out there. And when we talk about inclusive, we're really talking about a welcoming kind of environment, because the rules are being rewritten. So there are new rules being written about what beauty is. That people reach out to their 3D artists and reach out to their VFX designers and say, can you put freckles on my avatar? Can you put imperfections on my avatar. I want it to look less robotic and more human. So the rules of beauty, I mean, today, if you look at a beautiful avatar, which is a meta-human avatar, it often has freckles in it, has detail in it, which, typically some of the beauty filters today sit and remove them on augmented reality. So there are two paradigms of beauty being addressed as we speak. Even the whole concept of embodiment. So, some people would like that their avatar kind of conveys a sense of aspirational value, like, this is how I'd like to look. I'd like my avatar to have a six-pack. Someone would say, no, I want my avatar to be authentic. I'd like it to look exactly the way I look. If there's a little weight on a certain part of my body, I want my avatar to convey that as well, because I want to be my authentic self, and even when I'm in 3D. So the avatar systems or the avatar universes give us all this flexibility. And in terms of, because you're in a new world, the laws of gravity and physics don't apply the way they do exactly. You're also kind of limitless in terms of your expression, your accessibility, and as well as your powers. So I spoke about, the two different paradigms out there. So on one hand, we're downloading face filters out there, which are trying to take out every little blemish out there. And on the other hand, we're going up to our digital designers and our 3D designers and try to, work out every little detail to make this avatar, which photorealistic and cinematic, to look exactly like me. So, we're gonna find different versions of ourselves present on these different avatars, and we're going to be more accepting of imperfections, just like how we are in the real world. And, you're going to have people who are going to use technology like digital tattoos to convey art, to convey what you stand for. And even, people would like that, if you're going in for, a football game, you want your team's or your country's colors painted on your face. That's all possible today with these different kinds of, face filters and digital art, which can be put on your avatar. So all of this is going to happen, and all of this is going to be considered the new paradigm in beauty. And some of these can be branded experiences too. So you could be wearing a certain kind of makeup on your face or on your body, which could be a branded experience, which the brand would like you to try on. So it's really a new world we're talking about. From an embodiment angle, we're becoming more welcoming about gender. So it's not just the old rules of things being binary. We're welcoming non-binary. We're welcoming the whole concept of fluid, which means that the person configuring their own avatar has a little slider which can move depending how you'd like it. So even though it's a photograph of yourself, you may want it to look more feminine or less feminine or more masculine. You can slide those things around. Even from the diversity and race perspective, avatars today take care of every kind of facial feature, every kind of racial ethnicity, and that's the power of what a digital can do. And again, you have fluid, so you have races which are in between and mixed. You can also have that come up in the sliders that you provide when you're designing your avatar as well. And of course, in terms of species, we've come across some of the recognizable ones like, the cow and the cat and the dog and all that. But, some people may want to represent themselves as fantasy characters, fictional characters, aliens. All of that is also possible when you're looking at yourself as an avatar. So really what this is doing is it's giving us an opportunity to rediscover ourselves, represent ourselves, as in represent ourselves. And this is kind of like, because it's not physically governed, so you can technically fly in the metaverse. So you could be on a wheelchair, but you could have two legs in the metaverse, or you may want to represent yourself on a wheelchair or with crutches on in the metaverse. The possibilities are endless. So you can take care of all these factors in diversity as well as accessibility. And on the other hand, you can even buy yourself aspirational gear. So you just like how you can do aspirational movements, you can do aspirational. There's technology out there which can make you do the kind of dances that Michael Jackson can do the kind of three-pointer basketball move that Michael Jordan can do. All of that's possible because your avatar is a great game character in a simulation, and you can technically download these kind of experiences similar to how you can download Kung Fu onto your avatar in the movie Matrix. You can actually do that today by downloading different kinds of animations onto your avatar and expressing yourself using those kind of animations as well. So it's really a very, very interesting world that we're getting into, which is, again, going to, like I mentioned, a level playing field, which allows us to rediscover ourselves. Purely from an access point of view, I don't think that the metaverse is going to be VR only. It's going to be increasingly mobile driven as well, because today most of our users today on the metaverse are mobile first. So you're going to have augmented reality, which is one of the most powerful concepts in the metaverse, happen increasingly over mobile, as well as the glasses as and when they come. So that's the angle at which we need to look at it from an access and from an inclusivity point of view. So it's not just the far and few who have access to VR devices. It's also everyone out there who's entering the metaverse from 2D screens, as well as from devices like laptops and phones. And from the distinction angle, what makes you the most popular kid on the block today? Is it the fancy car you drive? Is it the big house you have? Well, in the metaverse, it may not be those things anymore. It may be the kind of certificates you have. So if you've attended good seminars and you have good kind of certificates on your digital wallet, maybe that has some cred, which moves up. Similarly, if you buy genuine products and they're digitally available on your digital wallet, that probably carries some weight in the metaverse. Very different from the way you express a certain kind of a degree of success in the real life. The whole concept of leveling up, which has been so prevalent in the gaming industry, where you're not just known by the number of followers you have on your Twitch stream or the number of followers you have in the game. It's also about the kind of engagement you have. You could have titles like OG and whatnot, which you have in gaming worlds present in these metaverses as well. So that's basically my talk on how avatars are going to readdress the way we look at what is equality. And I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Chris for this opportunity. And I look forward to seeing you all soon in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you for gathering with us. Please share this story, this event, what you learned here with us. We cannot do this alone. We're one community. Take care. Peace.